Madam Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. I'd like to call to order the November 18th meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call roll call?
Certainly. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Present.
Cummings.
Here.
Martinez.
Present.
Koenig.
Here.
And Hernandez.
Here. Would any members of the board like to dedicate today's moment of silence? My mic is off. Would any board members like to dedicate today's moment of silence?
Yes. I'd like to honor Rose Felicetti, a community member in Capitola. Rose spent most of her career over on the other side of the hill and retired here with her husband, Neil. And in her retirement, founded a nonprofit organization, served on the board of many important nonprofits, including the Digital Nest. And she was just a powerhouse, super supporter of doing the right thing always. And our community really lost a giant and important individual. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to dedicate this moment of silence for Manuel Barsamin from Watsonville. He was a Hartnell director for a TRIO program. He was a council member in the city of Watsonville. He loved to drive his Kawasaki ZRX 1200R. And most recently, he was a newly elected Cabrillo College trustee. He's the first one that appointed me to my planning commission when I got started with local politics, and later on asked me to represent our district as council member. So please join me for the moment of silence. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to ask our county executive officer, Nicole Coburn, if there's any late additions or deletions to the regular or consent agenda today.
Good morning, Chair. We do not have any revisions to the agenda.
Okay. Would any members of the board like to pull any items from consent? Seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. This is opportunity for members of the public to speak to us regarding items that are not on the agenda and items that are on consent agenda. Speakers will be given 2 minutes. Please form a line behind the podium to speak. Again, if you wish to speak for the scheduled item at 1:30, that is the time to do it, to speak at 1:30. Public comment is for the consent agenda and items not on the agenda. Are you going to speak on? You're going to speak on public? Okay.
I'm speaking about things that are not on the agenda right now. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My name is Carol Bjorn. And regarding some administrative items for the 1:30 meeting this afternoon, will there be Spanish translation? I really hope that you guys are providing Spanish translation.
That is you're speaking about the 1:30.
That's, I'm not talking about the ordinance, and you're taking my time. I'm talking about an administrative item regarding the 1:30 meeting. It's very different. And also regarding another administrative item, if you have a conflict of interest on the 1:30 agenda item this afternoon.
Ma'am, this is a 1:30 item you're speaking on.
No, it's not.
Can I turn off the mic? Thank you. Anyone else wish to address these items not on the agenda or on consent agenda? Ma'am, there's people behind you wishing to speak. But you're speaking on the item at 1:30. It's 1:30. At 1:30.
Sir, I have other items. Thank you very much. I don't need to speak.
Madam Clerk, can we make sure that the next speakers can come and speak?
Sir, I have other things I would like to say. Please, this is very important. Can I get back in line?
But don't speak about items not on the agenda, or speak about items not on the agenda or the consent. You're speaking about 1:30 items, the scheduled item for 1:30. Thank you.
Yeah, point of order. I mean, I have other things to speak about. I have other things to speak about.
Hello, good morning. I'm sorry I don't feel well because last 5 months I am trying to get Santa Cruz Police Department and Sheriff's Department to move drug dealers from the homeless camp at the Capitola Road, Arana Creek. And it is going on already for 2 years, where the dead body was found that was decomposed for 4 months. So please make Santa Cruz Police Department and Sheriff Department to take care of those criminals there. And I came actually to talk about the other issue that about the abuse, elderly abuse, and ombudsman that in our county that's supposed to protect elderly against abuse, instead cooperate with the criminals and continue helping with that abuse. And it's all about money. Do you know, elder people have money, have houses, and it's all about that. It calls human trafficking. And I'm talking about Santa Cruz Post-Acute Facility at 1115 Capitola Road. That woman tried to run away from that facility, to escape after she was kept there for 2 years, 2 years of imprisonment of elder person. How could it be in our civilized, time that happened? And she begged me, to take her away from that concentration camp. And I tried, and I found nobody. So I'm asking Manu Koenig, and I'm asking the Kimberly DeSera, please visit that woman, room 20. Please talk to her, because they began to poison her. Sedative, medication they're using now. And she was very articulately speaking when she met me. She was okay, she was fine, she's not mentally ill, but this is what they're trying to pursue with. So please visit her and help her. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kevin Cummings, tenant of the St. George Apartments, which is assessor's parcel number 005-051-10. I'm also founder of West Coast Paralegal Services and GenLawAI.com. I'm here regarding property tax compliance. Public records show this property was deeded from Green Valley Corporation to GVC St. George LLC in 2011. While taking a proportional ownership tax exemption at that time. This kept the property appraised at its 1992 value and made Green Valley Corporation the original co-owner under the tax code. However, a 2025 legal settlement with the City of Santa Cruz for the same property reveals a critical change. The signature page now identifies Barron Ranches, Inc. as the sole member, likely since July 2021. The failure of GVC St. George to report this change in ownership to the state means our community is likely missing out on significant property tax revenue that should be funding our essential public services like schools, public safety, and bridge repairs. I want to extend my sincere thanks to Assessor Sherry Thomas and her staff for their guidance, and to Council Members Scott Newsom, Supervisor Justin Cummings, and his analyst Sandy Brown for their assistance. My question today is, What steps can the county take to proactively identify and ensure compliance from large corporate property owners who may be exploiting similar LLC legal entity loopholes to avoid reassessment? Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Sally Lucier, and I live in District 5. We had 5 buildings burned down in the CZU fire. I am happy to report progress. We have 2 permits for 2 of the buildings. We have a foundation crew on site, and I want to thank particularly Supervisor Martinez, who's been supportive all the way. Brian Rubin, the building department, who have facilitated our getting permits. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Drewley, and I am a commissioner on the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission. I've been a member of the commission for 5 years. Our annual report, which is item 29 in today's consent agenda, represents the inspection of the juvenile hall and the new secure youth treatment facility. As you know, when California DJJ closed youth prisons, youth were moved to long-term secure youth treatment facilities that should emphasize treatment, education, and vocational training to reduce recidivism and ensure successful transitions back into our community. We inspected the facilities, conducted interviews with administrators and staff, teachers and County Office of Education, detained youth, and CBOs. We'd like to thank them, and especially Division Director Sarah Berman, Assistant Division Director Jennifer Martinez, and the youth who candidly shared their time and perspectives with us. We're pleased to report that the Juvenile Hall and the Secure Youth Treatment Facility meet all minimum state standards, and that the Juvenile Hall meets or exceeds the vast majority of best practices. Juvenile Hall staff clearly care about offering a safe, positive, and supportive environment for youth and families. They demonstrate a commitment to continuous improvement, especially during a challenging time of renovation and construction. 2 other members of our commission will be offering public comments as well by phone today to share some specific recommendations as well as recommendations that represents our hopes for the future, especially those that relate to the new secure youth treatment facility. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is David Werlin. I'm a more than 40-year resident of Santa Cruz County, and I'm also proud to be the Chief Operations Officer for SEIU Local 2015, the Caregivers Union. With me are many of our members. We're here today. We want to appreciate the long-term partnership that we really have had with this county. Santa Cruz has been at the forefront of caring for and partnering with caregivers. And today we're aware Supervisor Justin Cummings has moved forward a proclamation. November is Family Caregiver Month. And in honor of that, Supervisor Cummings, we want to appreciate the proclamation in honor of these folks who do such important work. So we appreciate you. And appreciate your recognition of the really essential and key work that our members do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt the procedure. Take your time. Thank you.
I beat my 2 minutes. I did not 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. So I'm here now. My name's Carol Bjorn, and I'm here to speak about an article that was published in the Pajaronian last week. And this article is talking about the process that this board underwent over the last year since August 2024. Unfortunately, there were several statements in this article that misrepresented that process. The process was not transparent or inclusive.
Ma'am, are you referring to the ordinance?
I'm talking
At
about the
1:30?
process. I'm talking about a process that you guys
This is
went
about the item
through.
at 1:30.
But this is not, I'm not talking about the ordinance. I have my comments for the ordinance already prepared. It's very technical and it's separate.
Sorry,
It's
I
not-
need to interrupt at this point. The chair's made very clear that the board's not accepting comments around that topic at the moment. At this point, I'm sorry, but you're starting to disrupt the proceedings.
Actually, I'm not. I feel like you
Well,
guys are
I'm-
disrupting the proceedings because I have 2 minutes. I would be out of here if you would have let me speak earlier.
I'm sorry, but
would've been
I
outta
would
here.
really request, Ms. Bjorn, I would really request, please, that you observe what the chair has asked and hold your comments on anything related to the ordinance or the process or conflicts of interest or anything around the ordinance, the draft ordinance, until that matter is heard at 1:30.
Those
And if-
comments are separate.
And if we can't do that, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask that the room be cleared and that everybody else be let back in. I'm really sorry.
That's unbelievable. I mean, you need to let people speak. It's our right to speak. You're ignoring us in this process.
You could speak at 1:30.
Manu's been great. He's met with us many times, so thank you, Manu.
Please come back at 1:30.
I am. I have
Okay.
separate comments that are technical to the ordinance.
Thank you very
And the
much.
things I said this morning did not apply to the ordinance at all. It had to do with the process and the administration of the meeting this afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And not everyone has the whole day.
That's true. That's true.
Carol, please stay a few more minutes.
Hi. My name is Judy Rosella Myers, and I am Manu's district, and I have to say he has been very cooperative in meeting with us about all the issues that we've ever brought up with him, and I thank him very much for his accessibility. And today, I just really want to express my appreciation for all of you and your persistent investigation of all the issues that you actually have to deal with. It's a very complex set of circumstances that you're always dealing with. And I really want to appreciate that you all are doing your best and hopefully will bring about the best of everything that we need to this community. I've lived in this community for over 50 years and came here from the LA area to kind of get away from a lot of the things that are kind of moving in here. But hopefully we can maintain a safe, beautiful, wonderful community here. And I hope that you all are helping to contribute to that. Thank you so much. And I would like to give something to the clerk. Is that okay?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I am Kelly Curlett, health educator with Santa Cruz County Public Health Safe and Active Transportation Program, and I staff our Community Traffic Safety Coalition. I am here to express our gratitude to you for proclaiming World Day of Remembrance for road traffic victims. With this action, you raise awareness of this important day held on the third Sunday of November every year. This day serves to remember the millions who have been killed or seriously injured on the world's roads, express solidarity with victims and families, acknowledge the work of emergency services, and advocate for greater recognition of the scale of this crisis. Within Santa Cruz County, including the cities of Santa Cruz, Watsonville, Capitola, and Scotts Valley, there were 224 reported roadway fatalities and 1,456 serious injuries during the 10-year time frame from 2014 to 2023. Traffic deaths and serious injuries are preventable, and we all play a role in traffic safety through system-level changes like roadway design, enforcement of safety laws, and prioritizing safety over speed. Approximately 70% of crashes in our community are due to unsafe speed, drugs and alcohol, and improper turning and right-of-way violations. The Community Traffic Safety Coalition invites community members to participate in our coalition meetings held virtually every other month. For more information, you can visit our Health Services Agency website at santacruzhealth.org. Lastly, I would like to mention that support services are available for community members who have been seriously injured or lost loved ones through Families for Safe Streets. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is James Ewing Whitman. You know, when Jesuit, Zionist, Bolshevik, Nazi Donald J. Trump was elected in 2016, he said, you know, he wanted to drain the swamp. I don't know what to say, but I wore my swamp boots because this is pretty thick. You know, I heard some stuff a couple weeks ago about some festivities that happened in the city of Capitola. Still haven't done my research to validate that stuff. I'll say that, you know, anybody can join the side of the living. And Mr. Hernandez, I would love to have some fun and talk to you about why some of your behaviors that I witnessed this morning, it would behoove you to apologize, but you guys are all part of a syndicate, a Rockefeller syndicate. And my understanding is those methods really started before our Declaration of Independence was started. Our Declaration of Independence was a warning, but the metrocratic system, some in research I have, 1856, that's before this country became a corporation, which you can see by the Maritime Admiralty pirate flags with the gold fringe. Outside the buildings, you don't see that. So there's some serious issues with jurisprudence that I just witnessed. The fiduciary trust malfeasance in here, particularly with our free speech, Mr. Jason Heath, was clearly defined in 2019 were unknown to me, and you were present at the time, Justin Cummins. I didn't know I couldn't use one of my son's favorite four-letter words. Later on, Drew Glover asked Tony Condate if it was appropriate for people to stop people from saying that. I said, well, we don't condone it, but we can't stop it. So, boy, am I really, you guys are just laying it out how you're not serving the public. And I wish that you were. Everybody could change. I'm here. Nice to see all of you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Murray Fonts. I live in Soquel. I work with the City of Watsonville as Assistant Public Works Director and City Engineer. I'd like to speak about World Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims today. In 2022, an expectant mother tried to cross a very busy road in Watsonville late at night in a poor lit area, and she was struck and killed. And two other cars involved in the incident also collided, and the passengers and drivers were injured. I've thought about that a lot. What could have been done? The victim, the person who died, made a poor choice. She was not the only victim. Families have had to live with that. Parents, grandparents, and the drivers of the other vehicles have also had to spend their lives reflecting on what took place. So these kind of incidents ripple into our lives. The opportunity we have to remember these individuals we celebrated last Sunday. I want to thank the county staff. Watsonville has commemorated this event for the last 3 years. This year we collaborated with the county to hold a commemoration at Leo's Park on Sunday. Fortunately, weather caused us to cancel it. But I would encourage all of us, whether it's as individuals or employees or members of government organizations, to use the resources we have to do what we can to encourage education, engineering, enforcement to help avoid or prevent these kind of incidents. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tim Delaney. Good morning. Thank you very much for hearing me a little bit today. I figured I'd have one last chance. I don't know if I'll be able to speak for like the next 3 or 4 months. Anyways, my concerns are local, domestic, and international politics. Local politics, oil drilling off our coasts. I just don't like any of those sorts of concepts. You know, I like our environment. I surf, I ski. You know, Republicans in the White House are losing me on this. If they don't like the environment and they have all these issues with human beings, I simply do not understand how they can even walk into their evangelical Christian church. It makes no sense. So oil drilling is totally off the table. That's where Donald Trump has crossed me entirely. It's unacceptable. No way. Marjorie Taylor Greene, well, I have to be a little bit nice to her. I agree with her in regards to the Epstein files. And threats against any politician in the United States of America is 100% unacceptable. So that's how I feel. Masks on our officers, our federal officers, you know. Masks, that's good for an industrial job. That's good for nuclear, biological, and chemical war, kind of like what my grandfather had to deal with in World War I, all right? Masks, and you're a federal officer and you're out there interacting with community, no way, not acceptable. Now I feel like I'm living in Pol Pot's Cambodia. That's 100% off the table for me as well. That's how I feel as an American citizen. And Brendan Carr, get lost in regards to free speech attacks. End of story. Thank you so much. You all have a very fine holiday period. I appreciate letting me speak here today. You have a fine day.
Good morning. My name is Becky Steinbrunner. I live in rural Aptos in District 2. Following up on the gentleman before me, I want to let you know that there is already a threat in our bay, and it is unbelievably being caused by the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute with their very high decibel geophysical mapping, sonar mapping that they're doing, using decibel levels that are well above the lethal limit as established by the U.S. Air Force. I'd like you to look into this because it is unacceptable, and they have a permit from the State Lands Commission, but that is basically a rubber stamp. We need to be protecting our ocean environments. Their new research vessel, David Packard, uses even higher decibel levels than their former research vessel. Please, ask them to stop. I want to thank you for having Operation Greenlight, the building illuminated last week in honor of the veterans. Thank you very much for doing that. I'd like to use the rest of my time to talk with you about problems the public is having in accessing your portals and Public Records Act request materials. This morning, I was unable to see any of the materials for today's meeting and wrote you about that. So I was not able to prepare really for some of the issues I wanted to speak about. I also want to let you know that you need to let people know when they do submit comments on that portal that it is not readily accessible to you. It is stated at the beginning of the agenda that it can take 24 hours, but not everyone sees that. So I'd like to ask that you somehow highlight that so people know that if they submit something to you this morning, you may not see it until tomorrow. I have had a lot of trouble accessing that portal, and it's a two-step process that is not clear. It is not clear. It's a two-step process.
Thank you.
So I know I've already spoken, but the issue about the public safety and the roads,
You're given one opportunity to speak.
that's all.
Yes.
Anyway.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wishing to address us online?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available.
In the 1970s, the nuclear industry had plans for a nuclear power plant in Davenport. I am grateful for Celia Scott, Gary Patton, and others who defended our health and environment with community tremendous opposition and halted a catastrophic radiation inferno like 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl. I am inviting you to a presentation tomorrow by Dr. Michael Hogan, Stanford-trained scientist, titled California Chernobyl in Our Own Backyard. And you can find out details at www.svacr, stands for Silicon Valley Association of Conservative Republicans.com. And I'll read you from this on Moss Landing disaster. On January 16, 2025, the California Central Coast fell from grace when a $500 million clean energy investment self-immolated in Moss Landing. This epical disaster happened because Vistra Corporation's battery electric storage went into spontaneous, quote, thermal runaway, which is something that best plants do. The world's largest BESS basically went into meltdown in the world's worst place, Eden's Gate, Moss Landing. This massive battery fire burned white hot for days, incinerating 10 million pounds of lithium and heavy metals, with a toxic plume spreading across the Salinas Valley as far east as Gilroyan as
Faye, your microphone's now available.
Good morning, honorable supervisors. I'm Faye Yassini with Associated Builders and Contractors, Northern California, speaking on the PLA under consent agenda. We represent over 73,000 construction professionals across all trades in Northern California. Our members have been against the PLA since the idea was put forward in 2024. And today I'm here once again to express our concerns about the PLA and to urge the county to reconsider its course. The PLA is barely a year in, and the results speak for themselves and are alluding to a destructive future. Please take these results seriously. Your Ben Lamont transfer station received just one bid, and that came in over the engineer's estimate. With the PLA, this process will be repeated, as has been the case in Watsonville. This highlights the core issue. PLAs reduce competition. They create barriers for local qualified non-union contractors who make up the majority of our construction workforce. When fewer bidders participate, costs go up, and ultimately those costs are paid by taxpayers. Bid the Ben Lamont transfer station without a PLA and watch more bids come in at lower prices. At a time when the county faces fiscal challenges and infrastructure projects are waiting to move forward, we cannot afford policies that limit competition and drive up expenses. We should be opening the door to all qualified contractors. We urge the board to take this update seriously and reconsider whether continuing the PLA truly serves the public interest. Thank you.
Julia, your microphone is now available.
Thank you so much. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Julia Feldman, and I serve as a commissioner on the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission. This was my first year participating in the annual inspection of the juvenile hall facility. While none of the commissioners on the JJDPC advocate for the incarceration of youth, we acknowledge that in the absence of effective community alternatives, detention for a limited number of individuals may be necessary. Employment within a detention facility poses significant challenges and is not easy work. and the experience of incarceration can be highly stressful for youth. I want to draw attention to commendations highlighted in the inspection report, notably the thoughtful implementation of the new secure youth treatment facility and the exemplary work environment fostered within our juvenile hall. The atmosphere is distinguished by collaboration, mutual respect, and continuous professional development. These attributes are a testament to the outstanding leadership of Division Director Sarah Berman, whose supportive and empowering management style encourages staff innovation, engagement, and meaningful contributions toward the facility's ongoing success. It is particularly noteworthy that all employees interviewed described a healthy and productive workplace, while every youth interviewed reported feeling safe and supported. These results are extraordinary for any juvenile hall facility and any county department and establish a benchmark of excellence for other divisions. Santa Cruz is extremely fortunate to have such an exceptional juvenile hall and should feel an enormous sense of pride for the outstanding leadership of Sarah Berman. Thank you very much for your time.
Jessica, your microphone's now available. Jessica, if you're calling in on a phone, it's *6 to mute or unmute.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I would like to thank our district supervisor, Felipe Hernandez, on the beautiful road that we have out here on Rogie Lane. It is absolutely wonderful. The neighbors and I have noticed a great reduction of our homes that no longer shake. It's reduced the shaking and the rattling of our windows. It's absolutely wonderful. The traffic is smoother because of no potholes out here. So it's wonderful, and I want to thank you. I know this was a long time, process, and it is definitely acknowledged. And I also want to thank for the funds that were allocated for Castley Road. That is a road that is used by everyone out here and in our fire department. And thank you for that. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Eric, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Eric Kristen, I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. The organization was formed 27 years ago to fight project labor agreements and the discrimination they represent across the state of California, formed by both union and non-union construction firms. Non-union firms, of course, are implicitly and explicitly discriminated against under the provisions of a project labor agreement. Union construction companies who never spoke in support of it before you decided to try a pilot project on 10 projects. That's not a pilot project, that's a project labor agreement covering most of your major work. So big labor special interests were rewarded and given a monopoly agreement despite representing only 10% of the construction workforce, not on a pilot project, but on 10 projects, which is just talk about taking your fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers unseriously. These union contractors didn't speak in support of it because the PLA usurps their collective bargaining agreements. They don't want to have anything to do with them. So the only people pushing these onerous agreements are business agents who don't employ one worker, don't build one project, but do go around causing a bunch of trouble politically by getting stuff like this passed, which discriminates against workers, reduces bidders, and increased costs. We warned you what this would do. You ignored it. You've had your projects go on for decades without a PLA and had no problems. And now your Ben Lamont Transfer Station Improvement Project, the first done under the PLA, received only one bid, which exceeded your engineer's estimate. This is like admitting that the sun comes out during the day. Everybody knows this will happen with the PLA. You've reduced your bidders, you've increased your costs, and it's going to happen now for the next 10 projects unless you change course. So we warned you. The warning has proven true. You need to correct this now.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we'll bring it back to the board to see if there's any questions, comments on the consent agenda today. Supervisor Martinez?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. I have comments on a couple of items, and I'm going to do it a little out of order because one is shorter than the other. I'm going to start off with item number 34, which is the traffic and engineering report for February 2025. I want to start off by thanking the comments earlier today about traffic safety, which is critically important, especially on our rural roads. And I want to thank CDI for the work that went into bringing us this report, which enables us to continue to enforce speed limits by radar in 17 locations throughout the county, including along Bear Creek Road. I frequently hear from constituents that people drive too fast along Bear Creek Road. And so I wasn't surprised to read in this report that close to 800 people a day are driving Bear Creek Road at nearly 50 miles an hour. So it's no wonder that we've had so many accidents up there. And again, I appreciate this report so that we can continue to enforce the 35-mile-per-hour speed limit and do what we can to keep our residents safe in the mountain roads. So thank you for that. My next comments are on item number 29, which is the inspection report for Santa Cruz County Juvenile Hall and Secure Youth Treatment Facility. I am going to have some questions, a quick question, but let me just start off by thanking the commission for the thorough inspection and review of this very important facility in our county. It was nice to hear the public comments today, hearing the gratitude for the team at Juvenile Hall, so I really want to commend the team for that. And I also want to recognize that this report, while it's required by the state to happen on an annual basis, it's also very important for the members of the board to hear from our team at Juvenile Hall, because we approved a couple of very significant changes to the programming in that location earlier this year. And so when I read through the inspection, as well as the recommendations from the commission, it seemed like really kind of the heart of the recommendations and questions had to do with the difference between the secure youth treatment facility programming and the juvenile hall. And they got at that in a number of ways, education, furloughs, things like that. And so one question or one recommendation in the report, I think kind of summarizes it, their concern when it says that the recommendation is that the facility continues to work on and share their plans and have dialogue with the commission regarding plans for camp, less restrictive programs, meaningful vocation programs, reentry planning, things like that. And so I was wondering if Director Berman from the probation department could come up and just share how you plan to address that recommendation, and how will you be keeping the commission as well as the board informed as you continue to roll out these changes?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Martinez, for pointing that out. What I neglected to point out in the responses was that we do have monthly meetings. So the commission meets every month, and at those meetings, a juvenile hall manager, whether it's myself or the assistant manager, Jennifer Martinez, participates. And so we are always attending those meetings and giving updates about what's happening in juvenile hall with our SYTF and with our Now Camp program. And there's always an opportunity for dialogue and idea sharing and collaboration of what's coming next, what small projects do they want to work on, and how we can engage the commission. Also in regular communication with email and phone calls with commission members regarding what's going on in juvenile hall. So there already is just an organic conversation and dialogue and updates as far as keeping commissioners updated how to be involved with SYTF and our new camp program in juvenile hall, and how they can be engaged. It could be something as simple as one of the commissioners is a volunteer from her faith-based group, and we were just at another meeting and having a conversation about the holiday meal that she brings up, and just coordinating those plans of what date can they come up, what other volunteers can come and eat with the youth and the commissioners. So there is those relationships and conversations that are happening.
Thank you. And I know that some of the responses referenced improvements happening at the location and that there will be further rollout of programming once those improvements are done. Do you have a sense of if a report will come back to the board on the progress of the implementation of the security treatment facility? Or will we be waiting for the next inspection in a year from now?
At this time, there's nothing scheduled to come back to the board. It would be the next year's inspection report, but certainly we'd be open to providing updates. There's continual changes with, like I said, with now that the ranch camp open right now, we don't have anybody in our ranch camp. We do have 2 youth in our SYTF program. And with construction, I think there are daily changes and, evolutions and pivoting until construction is complete.
Excellent. Well, I would encourage you to continue to keep us informed as there are changes. And again, thank you for your engagement of the commission and for the stellar inspection report.
Appreciate it. Thank you, board.
Supervisor Cummings?
Thank you, Chair. I did want to follow up on one of the questions that came up by Mr. Kevin Cummings regarding what steps the county can take to ensure compliance on property tax assessments. Just understanding that we are going to be entering into, fiscally challenging times, ensuring that we're collecting property tax from corporate property owners, I think is really important, and that, we're on top of folks who may be trying to use loopholes to skirt paying their fair share of property tax. I'm just wondering if there's any response to the question that was brought up.
I would say one thing is that in the last couple of years, we've added some additional staff to the assessor's office. And so that staff has been really instrumental in addressing backlogs and doing audits and trying to get reassessments up to speed. So I know they've been finding things, and I have an inquiry out to Sherry Thomas, our assessor, to address the questions that were raised today, and I'm happy to report back.
Sounds great. Well, look forward to staying in contact with you and the gentleman who brought this to our attention so that we can make sure that everyone's in full compliance. So thank you for that. Item number 29, this is the juvenile hall report. I just want to thank everyone for their hard work. It was great to hear the feedback from the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission and, their support of the work that's going on in the juvenile hall. And I think it's just important for folks in our community to know that while we really don't want to see individuals, especially juveniles, ending up in juvenile hall that without other types of programs, this is what we can do for now, but there's a lot that's being done to try to reduce recidivism, and while the children are in custody, trying to give them the best situation possible. And so I just want to express my appreciation for all the hard work that you all do. Also just want to thank our IHSS workers who are here today. I mean, during a time when healthcare is under attack, literally from our federal government, we know how critical and important it is for the work that you all do to try to help people where they're at. And so I just want to express my appreciation for all the work that you do in our community. Regarding traffic safety, I just want to thank all the members of the public and county workers and workers in our city who do so much to try to improve traffic safety in our community. Knowing that we're trying to get people out of cars and onto bikes, it's really important that people can bike on our roads, but also visibility is a huge issue, especially in some of the rural parts of our community, and actually in some of the non-rural parts. Sadly, I had a friend who was struck and killed at the Highway 109 intersection about 10 years ago, and and I'm sure many of us know of someone who's been involved in a traffic accident. So to the extent that we can continue making this a safe community, really just want to extend my appreciation to our Public Works Department for all they do and all the folks who work on improving traffic in our community. And with that, I'll end my comments. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Serpa?
Thank you.
on the consent, I don't want to, obviously, I can't pull it now, but I was wondering if Robert Ratner would mind stepping to the mic. This is on item
19.
This is on the safe parking program, and I noticed that this was in consent agenda. Will we ever have another opportunity to discuss this in an open way? Or is this the report coming forward on the item about the faith-based communities, how many parking?
Yeah, so I can speak generally. We are scheduled to come back from our office once a year to report on activities that we are doing related to housing and homelessness, and we're more than willing to come back and present when it fits into the schedule for the board on any topic, including safe parking or involvement of the faith-based community. So I think the short answer is happy to come back and schedule something. I think it's a scheduling thing we'd work out with the board members and county executive team to.
That would be great.
agendize
I
that.
don't want to catch you unaware today, but I would really like to hear a report on the efforts in countywide on potential building sites, parking, safe parking, day services, like all the things. I think the community would like to hear a report out loud so that we can ask questions. Thank you.
Noted.
Supervisor DeSerpa, I would add that we're scheduled back with an update on day services on December 16th. And so potentially we can incorporate some of that information.
Does that conclude the comments?
Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Koenig?
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly on item 32, approving the contract with Telecare Corporation for psychiatric health facility inpatient services in the crisis stabilization program, as well as the proclamation issued by Chair Hernandez. I just wanted to join in congratulating Telecare on 60 years of service and 12 years of service within our community. And they just provide an incredibly important mental health services for those in crisis in Santa Cruz County. And then on item 33, the report on safe parking and faith-based housing coordination expansion efforts. Just wanted to thank Housing for Health and Dr. Ratner for this report. I do think it provides an excellent foundation for us to have some discussions outside of this meeting and come back with some ideas at future times. So thank you for the quick turnaround on that. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, and I also want to congratulate everyone that came out to celebrate World Remembrance Day. Traffic safety is a very important issue in our district, District 4. Of course, we have this horrible statistic that we have there that we're the second worst in pedestrian fatalities and pedestrian and bicycle fatalities and serious collisions. So that's one thing that we want to, we don't want to be number one or number two. We want to be, last place for that at some point. But thank you for, raising the issue of awareness as well. Thank you to all the workers, the IHSS workers, 2015. It's important making sure that your guys' voices are heard. So thank you for showing up and being here. With that, there's a few items. I'm not sure if my numbers are correct on the items, but it's agenda number 16, the PLA, and 19. I want to thank the CAO's office, CDI, for their diligent and timely work on the PLA. And again, I'm not sure if it's 16 or not. The numbers haven't been matching with me and everybody else here on my agenda. The other item is I want to thank Monique Delphine. She's the new appointee of the 4th District Equal Opportunity Commission. She'll be attending her first meeting really soon here. And item number, okay, so no items, but I just want to, there's a proclamation that went out honoring veterans. I know that there's one in District 5, but we also honored U.S. Marine Lance Corporal Ignacio Mata from the Veteran of Foreign Wars for Veteran of the Year. He's one of the few veterans that I know that served in 3 different theaters in 2 different branches. He was Navy, and then he went to the 82nd Airborne after his first run. And also, U.S. Army Specialist Lanny Atkinson, member of the American Legion Post 121 for Veteran of the Year. So every Veterans Day, we host a Veterans Day parade and a program, and these two folks were the folks that were awarded Veteran of the Year. So thank you to them. And the next thing is, I want to mention, there are some letters. I usually don't bring up the letters that are put in, but one of the persons that called on public comment reminded me about this. I want to thank everyone that wrote letters of support to the RTC and to the board. Some of the folks are both fire districts in South County, PVSD School Board, Alida Espinosa that lives off of Casserly, and Miles Ryder for conveying his support for the funding of Interlaken Casserly Routes Phase 1 project. And that concludes my comments. I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
Move approval of consent.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig, and was that Supervisor Cummings? Second from Supervisor Cummings. Can we take a roll call vote?
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Cummings? Martinez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. The next agenda item is on the regular agenda. The next item is number 7, a presentation from Visit Santa Cruz County on recent updates regarding the county tourism and hospitality sector. I'll turn it over to Terrence Concanon, CEO of Visit Santa Cruz, for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Supervisors. Just want to start off. Thank you very much. I just want to thank all the supervisors up here for everything they do. I also want to extend, on behalf of my organization, our warmest congratulations to Nicole Coburn on her elevation and leading the county. We have nothing but 100% confidence in you, and I've enjoyed working with you for so long, so I'm really happy about that. And as long as I'm here, I also want to extend my sincere appreciation to Dr. Robert Ratner, who has left the building. I serve on the Housing for Health Continuum of Care Advisory Board, and I cannot say enough good things about his leadership and about his care for the community. So I'm here today to give you an annual update about the tourism industry and about my organization. And so without further ado, let's go to the next slide and talk about what we're going to be talking about today. Oh, there we go. Let's continue. So I'm going to give you an overview of my organization. You guys already, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, I have too much goofy slides on here. Just want to give you an overview of our organization. So my name is Terrence Concanon. I am your CEO for the Destination Management Organization that represents the county. And I've been here since 2023, and this is absolutely my dream job, my dream destination to represent. We are funded by a lodging industry tourism marketing district, which is a self-assessment on behalf of the lodging district, multi-tiered, in which they assess themselves, and we take that money and we promote the county to bring tourists in. We have a board of 25 with 13 representing lodging. Them being our stakeholders and the ones that fund our organization, they are the ones that it precludes us to have a dominance of. I have a staff of 10 professionals, and I'll tell you right here, for the record, that they are the 10 strongest professionals I've ever worked with in my career. I look forward to coming in to work with them every day. We are in a very strong financial position. We operate, again, off of the TMD funds. We operate with an annual budget of around $3.6 million, and in the last 2 or 3 years, we have managed to increase our reserves to triple what the county has, the TMD, I should say, requires us to have. We are also a certified autism center, so all of my staff are certified as autism travel professionals, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as we move forward. We operate off of what my staff calls marketing pillars because they're marketers. I call it experiential pillars. We focus on coastal, redwoods, agriculture, and arts and culture, but we wrap everything in the county within those four pillars, and we're very proud of this. And again, I'll speak to those when I talk about our visitor center. And one fun thing that not a lot of people don't know is that we do fund a California Hotel and Lodging Association membership for all of our TMD properties. Next slide, please. I want to give you a little overview of me. I'm starting my third year as the Chief Executive Officer for this organization. I have nearly 30 years of experience in tourism and hospitality and nonprofits. I am a dedicated advocate for the neurodivergent, and many of you have heard me speak and heard my voice crack as I get very, very emotional about such things. I'm proud to serve on several boards, including statewide California Travel Association Board of Directors, the Santa Cruz Police Chiefs Advisory Board, again, the Housing for Health Continuum of Care Advisory Board, as well as the Museum of Art and History Board of Trustees. I have pillars, my own pillars of which I operate. One is transparency and honesty, and I think my board of Visit Santa Cruz County will testify to that. And organizationally, we really believe in sustainability and diversity, and that's something we're going to be exploring as we move forward. Again, our number one customers are our residents, so everything we do so much to bring people into this county to experience it, to visit it, to stay here, to eat in our restaurants, to enjoy our attractions. But at the end of the day, what we do, we don't want to do anything that negatively impacts the residential experience here in this county. Next slide, please. Again, next slide. So here is a fiscal year 24-25 review for your review. As you can see from our hotel performance, occupancy was up just a little bit. The average daily rate went down just a tad. Short-term vacation rental was down occupancy-wise, but they brought their rate up dramatically. Revenue is up for short-term vacation rentals, a little bit up for hotel, but what we're seeing basically was a flat year. As you can see, occupancy aggregated was down 1.3%, while average daily rate was up 1.7%. We did see a dramatic decrease in revenue by 7.1%. Next slide, please. And there's reasons for that. So obviously, some of the negatives, and forgive me for starting off with negatives, but they have impacted our tourism industry. International tourism is down. I think all of you know why that is, but it is fear for safety. As we get in such a divisive rhetoric from the administration. Again, the political rhetoric, specifically referring to Canada as the 51st state, killed us Canadian tourism-wise. Completely down. I have seen some Canadian tourists. I have talked to them in market, but it's down 10%, over 10% statewide, and we're seeing that here in this county as well. When it comes to, our dollar is also very strong, but I think one of the things that might be overlooked is that the World Cup is coming next year, and I think a lot of people internationally are saving money to come to that next year. Domestic financial insecurity also doesn't help us. The tariffs and the economic whiplash of tariffs coming and going has made people kind of iffy about travel. But then again, our drive market travel is up. California is still, according to research for Visit California, is still the most aspirational destination for international visitors and is viewed more positively than any other place in the USA among international visitors. So we should be very proud of that. And again, we have a strong dollar. Next slide, please. Again. So I want to talk to you guys about some media engagement. We have some huge successes. Media coverage, which is handled by Christina Glenn, also known as CG, does her job so very, very well. And if those are some of the events on the right side that she attends through Visit California in Los Angeles, South Korea, New York, Canada, Frankfurt, London, Paris. So my staff goes all over the world to send the message out about what an amazing destination this place is. As you can see, it's really working because our paid ad equivalency, in other words, all of the editorial content we've gotten over the year, how much would that cost us if we bought advertising space to that extent? It would cost us over $31 million. And as you can see, the impressions are through the roof. CG brought in 31 journalists and influencers into the market, and she and my staff organized for familiarization tours. Next slide, please. You know, it's funny, I kept stepping out before this because I kept getting water to hydrate myself. Doesn't seem to work. I still seem to lose my, when I speak to you guys. But these are some of the selected media, and I'm super excited. As you can see, some really big publications, Travel and Leisure twice. We got on the front page of Los Angeles Times Travel section, Miami Herald, Wall Street Journal. These are just a selection of some of the areas that we've been covered in the fiscal year. Next slide, please. So travel industry engagement, and this is done by Flavia Oliveira, who is our sales and marketing director. She travels all over the world. I know she's traveling the world right now. And she goes to China, South Korea, Canada, all over Europe, Mexico, and Canada. We do all these things through Visit California. We allow them to vet all of the shows we do, and because they know what they're doing, and they're easily the most conscientious and the most well-funded state tourism organization. So she also attends international shows. Go West Summit is here in this country, as well as IPW, but they are the largest international shows to bring people into the United States. She also hosts familiarization tours. So in the last calendar year, we have brought in people from South Korea, the United Kingdom, Japan, Canada, and Mexico into market to show them our beautiful destination. Next slide, please. Let's talk about online engagement. So website inbound, meaning people coming into our website and taking a look. Numbers have been up 6.4% for sessions. It pays to note that in June, we installed a bot filtering system to remove bot traffic, so that's why our users are down 6.3%. But all the other stuff is up. What's down is our bounce rate, and that's down by a huge percentage, which is really, really good. That means that our content is really resonating with our audience. And our mobile Google Analytics are well up too. Next slide, please. Outbound traffic. So we also send traffic outside our website, and as you can see, it's up dramatically. And I've given you there just a taste of some of the places it goes. It goes to the U.S. harbors for people to check the surf. Roaring Camp, Santa Cruz Parks, the Chaminade, Loklaman, Watsonville Strawberry Festival, and the city of Watsonville. Next slide, please. So this is our socials, and this is something that I'm really proud of. My social content creation team is stellar. As you can see, we've got a strong following on Facebook, even stronger on Instagram, not so strong on TikTok. But this is and you might not be surprised to see that most of our popular content has something to do with sea lions, and which the beautiful outdoor area that we live in. King Tides is also very huge, and the socials also create almost 31% of traffic to our website. Next slide, please. These are examples of 3 of our most popular ads. These ads, and also 3 of our most popular subjects. So these ads direct traffic directly to our website and our blog, which is the most popular part of our website. Next slide, please. So this year we reimagined our website, and we have a brand new tagline, which I think we'll own by the end of this year. It takes a long time to get these things settled. Find your awe. And so take a look at the website. It's new, it's visual, it's fantastic. I love it, my staff loves it. We've heard some good things from the community, so we're really excited to have you guys take a look at it. Next slide. And we also reimagined our traveler's guide. And I got to tell you, we have gotten so much positive feedback about this. Our last one, when I came into this area, was kind of dark. It was kind of like a lifestyle magazine. It didn't resonate with me as a traveler, nor as a nonprofit exec. So this is, what do they call, advertorial, in which people pay for editorial articles, and it's done really good. It's also our largest engagement with advertisers, as well as our largest public circulation. Next slide, please. So we have new spaces. Next slide. Most exciting thing for me, if you look up over on the right, you'll see on the second floor our brand new offices. The staff are so stoked in those new offices. They found a new creativity, a new collaborative element going on inside that. And we're just so stoked to be there. But the most exciting thing is we hope to soft open our new visitor center before 2026. It's about 750 square feet. It's going to be incredible. I can't wait for you guys to see it. We've got a wall with a massive, about as big as that, but a little bit Instagrammable county map. We're having a redwood desk built to reflect our pillars. We'll have 3 destination concierges. We'll be open 7 days a week. It will be the city's first real visitor center. I'm so excited. I also am very excited. It will have the most compelling neurodivergent experience of any visitor center in the West Coast. So what I mean by that is we will have a neurodivergent quiet room for those that may have a meltdown and need some space. And we will also have an experiential sensory room which is being worked on right now, hopefully being installed this week, in which someone on the spectrum, someone in a wheelchair, can go into this small room and have a 180-degree projection of walking through the Henry Carroll Redwoods, or walking along Main Beach, or walking through an agricultural field. We want to do this because we have empathy for everyone. We want everyone to come into this county and feel like they've been seen, recognized, and cared for. And to that extent, that's what we're going to do. So I can't wait for you guys to see it. As soon as I have something to show you guys, I will let you guys know within a second. So next slide, please. So Kickoff Santa Cruz 2026, next slide. So we all know that we've got the World Cup coming over the hill. As you guys may already be aware, Visit Santa Cruz County is a sponsor of the Bay Area Host Committee. We've committed $60,000 to that. We have created a logo, which you've seen a piece of right there. We will unveil that on December 5th, along with the new website, Kickoff Santa Cruz 2026. The logo will be available to any governmental body, any for-profit or nonprofit business that wants to use it at no charge. Visit Santa Cruz County is not in the business of creating and selling merchandise, so we absolutely encourage governmental entities, nonprofits, and for-profits to put this on clothing, on whatever they want. All they have to do is let us know what they want to put it on, and I have to approve it. But no charge, and we want you guys to sell merchandise. We want you to put it on stickers. We want you to do whatever you want with it, as long as you are sending a positive message about this event and about everything that we're doing. So we're really excited about that. Melissa Began in my office is working with businesses and nonprofits right now to set up activations and events, and she's got so much going on right now, including stuff going on in San Lorenzo Park, working with Woodstock, Paradox. So we've got some real good things coming on. The only reason the website isn't up right now is we're waiting to get those activations finalized and populate them on the website. Melissa is also connecting hotels with transportation options to bring people over the hill, and we're also facilitating some watch parties. And my most important part of this is to develop some educational and accessibility components, again, so everyone can be seen, recognized, and cared for. Next slide. So what do we see looking forward? Next slide. Well, we see a lot of really positive stuff. We're going to continue to showcase our small businesses. We will continue to maintain the unique spirit and the vibe of this county. I moved here for a specific reason. It's because Santa Cruz is so unique and has such a vibe of caring, of inclusivity, and we will never do anything to change that. We intend to grow our TMD and TOT revenues. Of course, we want to strengthen the industry because the industry is so important in this county. We'd like to encourage smart growth in our tourism portfolio. Again, smart growth in our tourism portfolio, and I appreciate our city council members and our county supervisors for caring about smart growth. We continue to empower our stakeholders and partners, stakeholders being the TMD hotels and partners being everybody else. In my next fiscal year, I intend to budget to do some visitor and resident research to make sure that what the message we're sending out is resonating, and also the things that we're doing resonate with our residents as well as our visitors. We intend to invest in sustainability, and by that I mean time and resources. And again, as always, we will accentuate the positive because there is so much positivity in this community, in this county. We're going to continue to work with the county towards a county autism certification, and of course, next year I'll start the push to renew the tourism marketing district. So if we add all those things up, then what we'll be doing is finding our collective awe. And I thank you guys so much for allowing us to find that collective awe. Next slide. So if you, I don't know if this is possible, but if you can click on the Find Your Awe, I'd love to show you guys our most recent commercial. And if that's not possible, it is available on YouTube.
We're not getting the audio, sir.
No audio? Okay, go ahead and show the video. It's the first time we've ever used a male voice rather than a female voice. And what he's saying is, come and find your awe. It's that there's so much to do and there's so many ways to find your awe in this community. This commercial speaks to me so much. I'm absolutely stunned that I've gotten through it without a tear coming out of my eye. That is the beauty of our county and everything we do for it. Oh, wow. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak. That's the end of my presentation. Oh, any questions? I'm sorry, any questions from the supervisors?
Yeah. We're going to take it out to the public before we have questions, discussions. Anyone in the public wish to address us on this item?
Yeah, my name is still James Ewing Whitman. I've heard these presentations before from this guy. He's been here for a while. 2 years, 2023? Wow, there's some really important items on the agenda. And they just got swept under the rug by, I think you guys have in common, what's Bill Gates' favorite book? How to Lie with Integrity with Statistics. So, the tourism in this town, what happened with the scamdemic 5.5 years ago? It's really good that the current civilization extermination official has been here since 2016, because you're 100% complicit with the information of Carlos Palacios. Jason, you haven't been here that long. I only started coming here in 2019. So there's some really important issues going on, and people are struggling. Businesses have been greatly affected during this, greatly affected. And so, yeah, the stakeholders, the large hotels and stuff, and all the smart information. I mean, what a waste of time, sir. There's one page in that document. There's some information going on later today that is of critical importance, and I don't mean to be rude, but I just was. I won't waste any more of the people's time.
Is it okay if I speak to this issue? Okay, thanks. So I just want to really give you accolades for including an experiential part of this for people who can't actually, even if you live here, can't actually go out and be in the forest or be at the ocean. Because when I was laid up after I did get hit by the car, I couldn't do anything. And for a long time, I couldn't walk. And so thank you so much for being so inclusive. I really like that part of that, what you presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky Steinbruner. I want to support what the previous speaker said. I remember when you first came on, and I remember that you had great support for building places and accessibility for those who have physical challenges and autism. I have family members, and I really appreciate that someone is paying attention to that. And I'm happy to see that you're really building a support network. And this visitor center sounds excellent. The quiet space. It would be nice somehow, because I am a member of the Lions Club, and we serve those who are blind and visually impaired, if there could somehow also be a way to fold them in with some sort of audio. It would be difficult in a quiet room, but if there could be some way that a sight-impaired person could activate audio, that would be a real bonus. So thank you, and let the Lions Clubs know how we can help you with that. I want to point out that your board recently and the Watsonville City Council recently report from Save the Waves, and they stated that the surfing community alone provides $40 million a year by their consultant's estimate to the local economy. So it is a big piece. The piece that bothered me about how they got the economic information in that study was they scraped it from cell phones and followed people around and found out where they went. That's a little troubling, right up there with flock cameras. I'm happy to see that you are paying attention and preparing for the World Cup and the Super Bowl that are coming to just over the hill, and that Santa Cruz will hopefully benefit. Hopefully, we will have good safety protocol here as well. Thank you. Thank you for your work. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available.
When I moved from Southern California to Aptos 45 years ago for a teaching position in Pajaro Valley Schools, what a contrast to the smog and congestion of Los Angeles County. Mountain air here, redwood forests, ocean, shoreline life, organic farms, scenic Highway 1, Capitola Village, great farmers markets, and people would come to visit us to tour these, especially the wonders of nature here. But today's sad reality, I need to disclose to friends who come visit. Massive tree removal, including over 1,000 redwoods planned to be slated for death along Highway 1 between State Park and Freedom. Dangerous freeway conditions, and you stated that it's in traffic and pedestrian fatalities here. Did I just get cut off? Flock surveillance cameras, I would have to tell them about everywhere. Driving conditions worse. Silicon Valley type high-rise buildings proliferating everywhere. Microwave radiation emitting cell towers, antennas, including on the building you're in, that's why I'm not there, etc. Pandemic destruction of 3.3 million small businesses in the country, including many in Santa Cruz. It's sad to me, the degradation of what once was so beautiful.
We have no further speakers online, Chair.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board, starting on my left. Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this really beautiful and aesthetically pleasing presentation that you had for us today. I love that one of your pillars is the redwoods, which is one of the highlights of the District 5, and something that I get to enjoy every day and would love for more people from across the world to enjoy. I was particularly interested in the progress you're making in preparation for the World Cup and including the rollout of a logo. I was just wondering if you could help us as supervisors understand how we might support the rollout of kind of our welcome mat for the World Cup. Are you, for example, are you working with the different cities? I have the city of Scotts Valley in my district, which most tourists will travel through if they're as they're coming into our county. And how might we kind of get in on the action on that?
Well, there's two groups currently working on it, and Supervisor Cummings is leading the huddle with his staff. But there's also, you mentioned Scotts Valley, so last week the Chamber also has a group that's getting together to understand what everyone's doing, and we were very, very pleased to see large contingent from Scotts Valley there, so we're really excited. One thing I will say, Supervisor Martinez, is that part of the things that we're doing for the FIFA and the World Cup and the Bay Area Host Committee is there's an organization called Crew Fare, which allows us to contract hotels with Crew Fare so that people can go from the Bay Area Host Committee website directly to make their reservations to hotels. We have 6 hotels that have signed up for that in the county. I think 3 of them are in Scotts Valley. The Bay Area Host Committee did ask for the hotels that are closest to the venues, and so obviously Scotts Valley was the prime choice for that, but we also have 3 other hotels in Santa Cruz, and we've sent out more information to hotels in Capitola and Watsonville, but we haven't received that much interest. So my suggestion is that to get more involved, I'd love to speak to each and every, all of you supervisors individually and talk to you about individual ways that you guys can get involved. And I'm not necessarily don't mean giving me money, but ways that you can get involved and bring the public and the business community into. Again, I think we're doing really well, Supervisor Cummings, and I think the chamber group, I think we're all kind of understanding. But again, this is our first time putting together a county-wide kind of initiative for something like this. I'm very encouraged, but at the same time, I do see, and I said earlier, that education and accessibility are huge to me. We haven't really addressed those things yet. And so what I'd like to talk about to you guys is bringing that kind of grassroots stuff from your districts into that. So at pretty soon here, now that you've brought that up, I'll start setting up meetings, hopefully with you guys before the holidays, and talk about ways in which we can not just promote your district to those coming into town, but making sure that your district is bought in and that your businesses are all in line. One thing I'd like to do, and again, I have no budget for this because I didn't anticipate all the things that need to be done in our previous budget. One thing I'd love to see is window decals for every business that commits to do something even if it's a drink special all the way up to, a really big activation. I would love to see thousands of those go out because a partnership between Visit Santa Cruz County and all of the different constituencies, communities, and county is massive and filled with anxiety for all of us. But we can do it really, really good. And so far, we're doing it really good. But when the new year comes, we're really going to have to start pushing harder and faster moving forward. So to that extent, I'll set up a meeting with you.
Thank you. I look forward to meeting with you, and thank you for all your good work.
Right on.
Supervisor Koenig?
Yeah, thank you for the great report, CEO Concanon. Of course, tourism is one of the major drivers of our local economy, so this is incredibly important. I was just curious, it's interesting that sea lions are kind of one of your top click drivers. And I think both Supervisor Martinez and I are wondering, well, where are the sea otters at? I mean, I think they've really driven a lot of the headlines as far as, Otter 841, and just if you're looking at incorporating that into some of your outreach and marketing materials.
Well, Supervisor Koenig, we do specialize in positive content, and no, I'm just kidding. Otter 841 is a gift that just keeps on giving, and we do get a lot of engagement with that. But Otter 841 or whoever that otter is right now, it's been a while. So if I were to give you another presentation 6 months from now, I guarantee you that otters would be way up there. But sea lions, especially you saw it in our commercial, when a sea lion does that one pose on a post sticking out of the ocean, there is nothing that resonates with people more than that. If I look at images that that is it. So yeah, sea lions are massive, but I'll do everything I can for the sea otters.
Yeah, I mean, remember, otters hold hands, so.
They do. They also do some other things I've heard about that aren't too, but no, we love our sea otters. And whales. We love our sea life.
Supervisor Cummings?
Thank you, Chair. First, I just want to thank you, Terrence, for all the amazing work that you've been doing since you've gotten here to Santa Cruz, and just watching Visit Santa Cruz grow has just been something I've really appreciated, especially, because when many of us travel and we think about where we're going to go, I mean, Visit Santa Cruz really paints a really beautiful picture of what people can expect when they come to Santa Cruz.
Leadership on my board as well. Appreciate that.
And I guess one question I did have, or maybe suggestion I have, is that, City of Santa Cruz, I believe City of Watsonville, I'm not quite familiar with Scotts Valley or Capitola, but I know that they have their sister city programs. And so I guess the question is, what is the extent of Visit Santa Cruz kind of visiting those locations just to continue to kind of promote that camaraderie, but also travel with some of those sister city partners that we have?
Last time Shingu was in town, we put on a presentation for them and met with them at the community room of the police department. I was offered a chance to go on the last trip to our sister city in Japan. Did not have it within my budget, so I couldn't do it. But it is absolutely something I would love, not necessarily myself, but some of my staff to engage in that. So to that extent, I'll look for rooms for room in the budget in the next fiscal budget.
Great. And then I also just want to appreciate your willingness to meet with other board members. I know it's challenging as the representative on the kind of World Cup committees and the Super Bowl committees, can't really go. I can't necessarily go and talk to all the supervisors, but you as the director of Visit Santa Cruz can. And so I'm just looking forward to seeing how we can have other supervisors engage in the efforts, given that a lot of things are moving pretty quickly. And just want to plug that, December 5th, they're gonna do the poll for the games, and so we'll find out who's going to be playing here locally. And I think as we get more information on that, really targeting those countries is going to really help us to
Will you be able, or somebody from the city or the county, be able to be at the draw? Somebody from my organization will be, but.
I don't know. I can talk to our CEO about it, and we can see if somebody can go up to the Bay Area for that. But thank you very much for all your work. All right.
You bet.
Supervisor Zuba?
Thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Economic development is so important in our county, and Visit Santa Cruz really, obviously, is one of our only partners that helps with that in terms of planning and executing. So thank you.
Thank you.
So at my request several months ago, you came and visited with Capitola Business Association, and I'm wondering if you could just lay out what the plan is to visit the chambers and the improvement associations and business
Yes.
areas so that they also know what your plans are and how they can help.
Yeah, that was a real eye-opener for me, because I didn't, and my bad, I didn't realize that there was a tremendous amount of misinformation about my organization. So when we met with that organization, they didn't realize how we were funded. They thought that the city gave us funds or the Business Improvement District gave us funds, when they didn't. All our fund comes from the hotels. But to that extent, that made me realize that I need to engage more with the associations and with the chambers. So I have and I thank you for bringing this up. I didn't put it in my plan because it's not done yet, but I do have a plan moving forward through the rest of this fiscal year. And I think all the FIFA work will help with that and getting involved with all of the chambers. I do attend all of the chamber events that I possibly can, but I need to get deeper into it with the chambers and with these business improvement districts, or not, business associations, specifically in Capitola and in Watsonville, so that they understand that Visit Santa Cruz County isn't Visit Santa Cruz. It's Visit Santa Cruz County, and that we care about what everyone's doing. I also want to make sure that everyone knows what we're doing. So to that extent, and I'm blathering now, but to that extent, I'm putting together a report two reports, one that I'm going to send to my board on a monthly basis, and one that I'm going to send to stakeholders and elected officials on a monthly basis, to let them know on a monthly basis some of our successes and some of our challenges. And so everyone can understand, like when I come here to see you guys, when I give you a 20-minute presentation, not much of it is a surprise, because I want you guys to understand moving forward. And this is with the support of my board. They'd love for you guys to have as much information just as they have that kind of information. So moving forward, I can guarantee you greater engagement with the chambers, with the associations, and you guys will have more information about
Thank you very
what
much.
our activities are. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I think just a few months ago, there was an article that came out about South County wines on Wine Enthusiast magazine. Maybe February, March, sometime around that time. There was a featured winery out there from South County that was on Wine Enthusiast. Which brings me to ask, is there going to be collaboration with the newly formed wine district as well?
Absolutely.
To try to bring in more tourism?
Absolutely.
Good. And if you guys got a scheduled open house for the visitor center once everything's completed, the redwood desk and
You know,
everything.
I will tell you, this has been a learning experience. Years ago, I was involved in construction. I must have forgotten all of that because I was expecting us to open up a month and a half ago, and it looks like we'll be doing a soft opening. I don't have the date yet. I just don't have the date yet, but we will be doing a huge push. You guys will be some of the first to see it before we open it up to the public, and I wish it was done today because I'm so stoked.
Yeah, an open house would be a great way to kick off the new year as well. You know, there's also a lot of ag tourism out in South County with Gizditch Ranch, Esperanza Farm Tours. Are we going to connect with them as well? And
Absolutely. In fact, I just, as you're aware, I just graduated from Focus Ag, which is one of the greatest programs I've ever been attached to. And I've been meeting with Jess Brown about bringing new agricultural experiences into the South County and the county itself, as well as our ability to participate and market them. So yes, very important to me. And not just meeting with Jess, but meeting with some ranchers and farmers like Kitayama Farms is very interested in a new experience. So yeah, it's totally on my radar.
And I believe they got like cannabis people on their board too.
They got
the
what?
Farm Bureau,
Yes.
cannabis folks. So
Yes.
I think once that rolls out, that's another opportunity as well. You know, working with the sister cities is something that we probably should do as tourism. I know that we recently last year I had the opportunity to visit Santa Cruz, the sister city of Barriats, France, and they really market the whole surfing thing over there. They say it's the capital of France or Europe for surfing, and that's the connection to the city of Santa Cruz. Yeah, it was really nice. I had the opportunity to also visit our sister city in Concalvi, Kaftat Concalvi, which is right next door to Dubrovnik. So they do a lot of tourism there. A lot of folks that are into Game of Thrones, and the new show. It's all filmed all in that area right there. They do a lot of tourism around that, which reminds me, you know, we've had several movies that are filmed here. We should probably do some sort of, you know, dating back to the 80s, I think there was movies here with Clint Eastwood and then the Killer Clowns and, of course, all the new ones with Bumblebee and all those are great opportunities to, you know, bring in tourism as well.
And Christina Glynn she attends several film location shows, and she activates that part for us. But she has even admitted that there hasn't been productions coming to this area that we would like to see, but she's on it. I think we've had a couple of commercials. I can't tell you what products they were for, but yeah. While they don't bring a tremendous amount of money in, they do bring some money in and a tremendous amount of goodwill because everyone's so proud that their city was featured in Lost Boys and so on and so forth. So it is something that we do keep an eye on.
And I have to ask, Subaru did that Santa Cruz truck. Did you guys have anything to do with that?
Which one?
Subaru named their little truck Santa Cruz.
No.
Okay.
No, I'd love to take credit for it, but I got to be honest, we didn't have anything to do with it.
And you know, speaking of sister cities as well, recently the Watsonville mayor and I had the opportunity to visit some of the sister cities there in Mexico, which is San Pedro Tezistan and Tangancícuaro, Michoacan. And the connection there is that they were the first and biggest production of berries, strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, outside of the United States that all the companies there in South County started. So they got Giant there. Driscoll's, of course, is the big one. When we visited, there's acquisitions from all kinds of different berry companies like Nature Ripe. But that's the connection that we have with Watsonville and our two sister cities in Mexico. But it'd be a good opportunity to speak with some of the berry companies that are operating over there as well in the off-season, during the off-season here, which is right now the winter time.
And as an aside, Supervisor Hernandez, one thing I wanted to mention about international tourism is the one country that's not down is Mexico. When I talked with the Mexican trade rep for Visit California recently, he said that the administration's rhetoric does not hold any sway over Mexico. He said literally that Mexicans are used to being treated, marginalized by the United States government or whatever, and so they have no problem coming. They're not staying away from the United States. They're still coming back to visit their families. So I just want to make that.
That's great to hear. So thank you. That concludes my comments. With that, I'll bring it back to the board to. Oh. All right. Well, thank you very much. Next, we have Item number 8, it's going to be, bear with me with this long announcement of it. It's to hold a public hearing, consider approving the concept and ordinance, the Board of Supervisors County, amending chapters 12.10 of the Santa Cruz County Code to adopt the 2025 Building Standards Code with local amendments in the ordinance. Wait.
Where's the mosquito?
That's right. I got it backwards here then.
Chair, the mosquito item,
I don't have it.
number 8 is
That's weird.
next.
No, that's the one. I guess I got yesterday's agenda. By the way, this is the one that's outside too. I don't know if it's the right one that they put outside.
Use this one. Use this agenda.
Okay.
We're on item 8, and just use
Yes.
this from going forward.
Thank you. So next we have item number 8. The next item on the agenda, consider certification of the ballot tabulation results for the proposed mosquito vector and disease control assessment and adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report, ordering the levy and assessment beginning fiscal year 2026 and 27. This is a public hearing on the proposed mosquito vector and disease assessment, and it is now open. The ballot tabulation for the proposed assessment is now complete, and staff will now announce the results. I'll turn it over to Amanda Paulson, Assistant Vector Control Manager, to announce the results.
Good morning, Chair Hernandez and Board of Supervisors. The percent of ballots approving the assessment weighted by the amount of the proposed assessment is 61.13%. Therefore, the assessment has passed.
I'll turn to the public to see if there's anyone that wishes to address us on this item.
This is my first time here. I don't agree with all these extra.
Turn the mic.
Press it.
Okay. Try it.
Yes, my name is Frederick Cardenas. I'm here on this. I do oppose this. I don't really care too much for mosquitoes, and I don't really think there's really too much in there to really investigate mosquitoes and what they really do. We already know there's an easy way to get rid of them. You pour out the water. That's how they develop. And I don't agree with all these extra taxes that we have to pay to continue with all these extra things. As it is, we already have a few bonds on our taxes that are identical, just different years, different amounts, no difference. So what I don't like, I've lived here all my life. I've watched Santa Cruz grow. I also watched a lot of things fail, and it continues to fail. There's things that need to be done that are not even being addressed or anything being here. You know, it's just like the sanctuary city. Why are we a sanctuary city? I agree with helping people. I do agree with all that. But my point is this: if they're here illegally, they should not be here. We have the right. This is our tax money. You guys work for us. We don't work for you. Let's make that clear. And like I said, if you guys aren't going to help us, then I'm pretty sure there will be some kind of things that's going to be regrettable in the future, which I don't want to happen. And these are things that I hear that I don't like. As a small business owner, we are getting crushed by your taxes, constantly crushed. So when are you going to really help us, the people? Because we're the ones that pay you. It's our tax dollars that feed you, that feed your families, that feed everything that you guys do here. And we're getting crushed. When are you guys going to help us? I don't agree with Bill Gates and all his garbage, because everything he does is garbage. It's just like WEF. I will never agree for any ID, and I also want voter ID, because I do know California is a red state, and that's really what it is. And I'm tired of being cheated out of our votes.
Thank you.
Becky Steinbruner, I didn't quite understand. Can you please repeat? It was 61 point something percent, and so this passes. Please repeat that. And it was a weighted vote. That's an important piece of information. Some votes counted more than others. But I also oppose, as the gentleman before me stated, I oppose more and more and more taxes. It's like a death by 1,000 cuts. And that contributes to how unaffordable it is to living here. And many people on fixed incomes are being forced to leave because the taxes are higher. On my property tax bill, the add-ons are almost equivalent of the basic property tax. And a lot of people are not going to be able to survive this much longer if more and more taxes keep adding on. Thank you.
Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available.
As a property owner, I agree with the previous speakers. There are just more and more taxes, and for questionable purposes in my mind. I also have the same question Becky Steinbruner put. What does this mean, 61% by weighted vote? Well, I'd like that explained. Additionally, my research over the years on mosquito control and pesticides, we just have some of the highest pesticide exposure in this county from the toxic agriculture in Watsonville, and that used on strawberries, and adding more and more with this mosquito vector control is something that I think endangers the public. There are organic and ecological ways to deal with various pest problems. Like when I taught at MSU school, somebody went to the agricultural commissioner's office and looked up the pesticides used on a strawberry crop next to the school. Something like, I forget, was it 26 different pesticides on one crop, and it was a partial list. So I do not approve of this. I voted no. Please give a more detailed explanation of what you mean by weighted vote. Is that people who are wealthier have more votes? I'll listen for your response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, we have no further public speakers online.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring it, well, actually, this was a public hearing, and it will now be closed. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the board members? But if we can answer one of the two questions that were asked about the weighted vote and.
Sure, I can answer at least part of the question, and I think Brandon from SCI is also online, and he is more of an expert on Prop 218 and how the vote actually works. But essentially, we needed over 50% of the votes to be in favor for it to pass. And so 63.13 meets that threshold. In terms of the weighted vote, depending on property size or use type, there are different rates that are outlined in the engineer's report that specifically explain, what the benefit that those properties would be receiving from the assessment. And the greater the benefit that a property would be paying for, they held a slightly greater percentage of the vote. Brandon, is there anything you'd like to add?
I think you said that perfectly, Amanda. I hope everyone can hear me. Exactly. So in a Proposition 218 ballot proceeding, each ballot is weighted by the dollar amount, assessment, or the dollar amount of the assessment assigned to that parcel. So larger assessments carry a proportionally more weight in the election. So instead of just counting ballots, one per parcel, the total assessment of the yes ballots and the no ballots are compared based on the whole population of ballots returned. So in this case, 61.13%, the total weighted votes that were returned were in favor of the Proposition 218 benefit assessment. And because this is an assessment and not a tax, there's only a 50% threshold. So that's how the weighting process works in this assessment.
Thank you. Now we'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just want to thank our staff, our team, for navigating the process to bring this before us. We have received a presentation that outlined the assessment process, and we're eagerly awaiting the results of this election to really see if we're able to support your good work that does contribute to the public health of our residents. So appreciate your efforts, and I'd be happy to move the recommended actions.
I'll second.
I keep on turning it off when it's on. We have a motion from Supervisor Martinez and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Madam Clerk, can we please take roll call?
Certainly. Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
And Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have item number 9. Bear with me, this is a long title for it, but it's to hold a public hearing to consider approving concept and ordinance the Board of Supervisors County Santa Cruz amending chapters 12.10 of the Santa Cruz County Code to adopt the 2025 California Building Codes with local amendments, and an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Cruz amending chapters 7.92 of the Santa Cruz County Code to adopt the 2025 California Fire Code with local amendments. Confirm the proposal is exempt from requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act and take all related actions. With that, I'll turn it over to Dave Carlson, Resource Planner, for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. So the state of California publishes building codes every 3 years, and they automatically apply in every city and county in the state. And like I said, every 3 years they update the building codes, and 2025 is an update year. Local jurisdictions are allowed to adopt local amendments to the state building codes, and those local amendments have to be at least as restrictive as the state codes. They can't be less restrictive. In Santa Cruz County, the state building codes with local amendments are adopted in Chapter 1210 of the county code, and the state fire code, which is part of the suite of state building codes, is adopted in Chapter 7.92 of the county code, also with local amendments. Each time that the state updates the building codes, each local jurisdiction has to re-adopt all of their local amendments, and it's also an opportunity to adopt any new local amendments that the local jurisdictions would like to. There are no substantial changes in this 3-year cycle. Staff is proposing to adopt the 2025 state building codes with local amendments that are substantially the same as all the existing local amendments that have been in place for many cycles up until now. There's also a new piece of housing legislation, AB 130, that passed this year that enacts a 6-year moratorium prohibiting the state or the county from adopting any local or any additional building standard that would affect residential units. So we're not proposing anything like that. To prepare the local ordinances, staff worked with the chief building official who's here, Dan Shepley, and the deputy county fire marshal, Chris Walters, who is also here. We reviewed the new state codes and made any updates to the local ordinances regarding code references and local amendment texts that were necessary to ensure consistency with the state codes. There's a separate summary in your packet of the few changes that are made to this year's codes, and that's all consistent with AB 130. So there's 2 ordinances on your agenda to implement the state codes with local amendments. We're proposing updates to Chapter 1210, the building regulations, and Chapter 7.92, the fire code. And together, those 2 ordinances would adopt the 2025 California Building Standards codes with local amendments, and that will go into effect in January of 2026. And so just to summarize the recommended actions, Action 1, hold a public hearing to consider the proposed ordinances, amending Chapter 1210 and 7.92 of the county code. Adopt the resolution in your packet that adopts the proposed ordinances, exempts them from further environmental review under CEQA, and makes findings regarding the administrative and technical amendments to the building standards codes. Improve in concept. The ordinance amending Chapter 1210 of the Santa Cruz County Code, adopting the 2025 California Building Standards Codes. Approve in concept an ordinance amending Chapter 7.92 of the Santa Cruz County Code, adopting the 2025 California Fire Code with local amendments. Direct the clerk to publish the notices of the proposed ordinance summary in a newspaper of general circulation. Direct the clerk of the board to schedule the ordinances for second reading on December 9th, 2025, and direct the director of CDI to submit the technical amendments to the State of California Building Standards Commission. And that concludes my presentation. And like I said, I'm here for questions along with the building official and the deputy county fire marshal. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So this is a public hearing. I'll now turn to the public to see if there's anyone who wishes to address us on this item.
Thank you. Becky Steinbrunner. I'm a resident of County Service Area 48. I want to clarify that your board is taking action for 2 bodies. You are the board of directors of Santa Cruz County Fire Department. You are also the county supervisors for the county-wide. So I feel this must be done in 2 actions because you are the board of directors currently for the Santa Cruz County Fire Department and must act in that authority. As I said earlier, I was not able to access this material, and I haven't wanted to miss the presentations here, so I haven't gone out in the hallway to look at this piece of your agenda. But I did send you information this morning via email. The comment portal was down this morning, and it would have taken 24 hours to get to you anyway. But I am familiar with what is before you, I think, in concept, whatever that means, and I would like an explanation of what it means to approve something in concept today. I've attended Pajaro Valley Fire District and also Central Fire District board meetings last week, and they were also passing this same fire code, and CEQA analysis that I was told was written by county environmental planning. So they couldn't answer any of my questions. What does it mean that the 3 items were marked maybe, including the risk upset? I really want to take protest that there is absolutely nothing in here about lithium batteries. It is a huge subject. This county has the ability to adopt right now the impending state fire codes that do include battery energy storage system safety, not only for the big grid scale, but also behind the meter. And this is a huge issue for our county's public safety. There's no inclusion.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Ma'am, we have more speakers online. Thank you. Anyone wishes to address us online?
We have no speakers online, Chair.
With that, we'll bring it back to the board for any questions.
I'll move the recommended action.
I do have just a couple questions, thanks. We do continuously hear from the building community that some of our local amendments to the building code can be a bit of a headache. And I mean, it is, I understand that, you know, if you look at the amendments, they basically cite, you know, our unique climate, topography, earthquake risk, et cetera. But every part of California has these risks. What would happen if we just did not adopt the amendments? I mean, are these really so necessary? I mean, it seems like there's a real value in providing a uniform building code across the state that everyone can use no matter what jurisdiction they're in. So could staff maybe explain the importance of these amendments? I mean, I've heard that they were largely put in place as anti-growth measures, and maybe we've, you know, are pushing up against them, and it's stopping the construction of much-needed housing.
I could start off, and you could get technical if you'd like. I will defer to the building official on all the technical amendments in the code, but I can tell you from experience and long time being here, we've had amendments related to, for example, swimming pool barriers that are stricter than the state code, and local amendments related to earthquake safety regarding gas piping, and other than that, I guess I would just defer to the building official and the deputy county fire marshal to explain any specific questions that you have about local amendments. Like I said at the beginning, the basic state code does apply automatically throughout the state. Even if we don't adopt any local amendments, we will be subject to the state building code. That's about as detailed as I can get on the specific local amendments, unless you had any questions about anything specific.
No, I mean, it would be curious to hear your input on this, CBO Chapley, given your, you know, worked in a number of different communities across the state.
Yes. Good morning, board. Dan Shepley, Chief Building Official for the county. Yes, basically the ability to make the amendments is kind of just an added benefit. Generally, that's the perception. I don't know that it's I would need specifics for growth prohibitive aspects, but I can speak to the fact that we do have a special locale. You can only amend the code based on climate or geography or, you know, topography, et cetera. So I think a lot of our amendments are geared towards just inclined safety. And again, I want to stress that the building code is a tool for us to, you know, work on, to allow us to the ability to provide a safe and resilient community. It's just one part of it. As far as amendments, yes, the adoption of the codes happens by default. We don't have to add amendments. It's just one of those things that's kind of a benefit, and you kind of like want to use it to your advantage. So as far as prohibitive, yeah, we need specifics to be able to address that, but I'm sure there is some stuff, but as David points out, a lot of it is just, it's like specifics for safety inclinations. And that's, so.
Okay, thank you. I mean, given that this is the first read, want to vote and support today and use the opportunity to reach out to the building community and see if there's anything more specifically that they do have concerns with. Thanks.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, we do have a motion on the floor.
There's no second.
Wait, I thought you did a motion.
I made a motion, but there's not a second.
Yeah, I know, there's not a second.
I'll second the motion.
There we go. So we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Martinez. Madam Clerk, if we could take a roll call vote.
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
And Hernandez?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Keep doing that. Next on the agenda, we have item number 10. Consider approving in concept and ordinance amending sections 4.06.030 and 4.06.070 in the Santa Cruz County Code regarding cannabis business tax application to non-cannabis goods and the cannabis business tax rate for consumption, and take all related actions. I'll turn it over to Melody Sereno, Deputy County Executive Officer, and Sam Laforte, Cannabis Licensing Manager, for the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Hernandez and board members. I'm here to present tax code changes for your consideration. During the December 2024 meeting, the Board of Supervisors directed the Cannabis Licensing Office to consider ancillary sales and different tax rates for cannabis consumption versus retail. The Cannabis Licensing Office prepared options for the board in January, and based on that meeting and board direction, the following changes have been prepared for your consideration. The changes include a 1% cannabis business tax rate on gross receipts for consumption-derived sales, and an exemption or an exception for ancillary goods from the gross receipt tax. Ancillary goods being non-cannabis goods, so essentially those would not be subject to the cannabis business tax. And if there are any questions, Ms. Sereno and I are here to answer.
With that, I'm going to bring it out to the public to see if anyone wishes to address us on this item.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Bryce Berriesa. I am the co-founder and president of Treehouse Dispensary. When the CBT was passed, it was sold as to the voters as a cannabis business tax. And one thing that wasn't very clear at the time was that it was going to be a gross receipts tax on all revenue. And as you can imagine, as the economy has shrunken and regulations have increased our cost of doing business, this is a very burdensome and onerous tax. We pay the county quite a bit substantially more money every year in the CBT than we actually net as a business. And so, anything that can put us on par when we're doing the same function as similar businesses in the area and give us an even playing field is immense support. We took an informal survey of about 8 of the dispensaries in the county at the time this got brought up, and most of them reported back that ancillary sales made up between 1% and 2% of their total sales. So this is a very small amount of reduction in overall tax revenue that we're talking about. But for us, especially as we're talking about allowing dispensaries to potentially have lounge operations, be third spaces, and participate in commerce in other ways than just cannabis sales, this will be a big boon for us and allow us to kind of diversify our business in a way that's competitive. Right now, if I sell a t-shirt, if I do a fundraiser, if I host an educational event where I sell tickets, the county's getting 7% of that. And so all we're asking is that the cannabis business tax specifically applies to cannabis items in metric. It's a very easy way for the county to track it. Everything that we're selling that has cannabis goes through the track and trace system in our point of sale anyway. So, and in regards to the 1% on consumption sales, that would still apply a tax on anything we're selling through consumption lounges if we do that, which would be food, drink, beverages, entertainment. So the county is still getting a little bit of revenue for that, but it's going to not kneecap us by having it just be such a huge tax that we're not going to be able to maintain profitable operations if we choose to invest in expanding our business beyond just retail sales. So thank you.
Hello, Jeff Nordahl. Yes, and just wanted to first say by the way, my ticker's not going, but if you want me to talk all day, I will.
Go ahead.
But so first of all, I want to say thank you to the board for passing the farm on-site tours and consumption in retail, and wanted to let you know that we have been taking this very seriously. We do have our state license now for retail, and county, we're fully approved, and we were actually going to try and do a soft opening this fall. But because of all the rain that we just kept getting, it kind of got our schedule. We had to go into a triage situation, just focus on harvesting. So now we're looking at spring, but again, just want to say thank you, and we are taking this seriously, and we're already fully licensed. But as far as the taxes, our model is going to be, and our goal is to bring in tourists. So we're really hospitality. We want to treat people right and make sure when people come visit Santa Cruz, they don't feel gouged or that they're being taken advantage of. So for our model, we may end up selling more T-shirts and hats and stickers to tourists who want to memorialize their experience that they have out here. And it's really important that they don't go away feeling that they're taken advantage of and that they're just taxed at the normal sales tax rate. So the county's still going to get sales tax on things like T-shirts and stickers and such. But we don't want Yelp reviews going out that we came here and the county was just gouging us at every angle. So we really want to stress the hospitality, welcoming, and just be taxed at the normal rate that you'd be taxed at if you went to the boardwalk and bought a T-shirt. So anyway, so as far as that, we appreciate that. Of course, all the cannabis products will still be taxed at the cannabis rate. So we really want to help give back to the community and the county, but also not make our guests feel like they're being gouged. So thank you.
Anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available. Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available. As a reminder, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself. Chair, I'm going to move to the next speaker. Darren, your microphone's now available.
Hi, thanks for giving us the opportunity to speak. Real quick, I support the amendments that Sam and Melody proposed, and I agree with the previous speakers. Thanks.
Call-in user 1, circling back, your microphone's now available. Chair, it appears the speaker is unable to connect. That's our final speaker.
Maybe if you let them know what buttons to push on their phone.
Yes, call-in user 1, as a reminder, *6 to mute or unmute from a telephone device.
Okay. Marilyn Garrett, sorry, I have call waiting and someone told me to watch YouTube blood clot surge like never before, Senate hearing today. But my question is, I don't understand how it says an ordinance amending regarding cannabis business tax application to non-cannabis goods. So if it's a cannabis business tax, how could it apply to non-cannabis goods? I don't understand that. And I've had more and more questions about cannabis. I used to think it was pretty natural. I think some of it is. But nowadays, it's more like genetically engineered, and the vaping cannabis, does it refer to that, has many toxic chemicals in it. So could you respond to that, please? Thank you.
Chair, we have no further speakers online.
With that, I'll bring back to the board for any comments, questions. Supervisor Martinez?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the staff for bringing us this presentation. So this proposal proposes two changes. To begin with, I have no problem with exempting non-cannabis goods from the cannabis business tax. It makes sense to me that a T-shirt is taxed like a T-shirt, whether or not it says Super Boof on it. As to the second proposal, though, I'm having a hard time understanding why staff is recommending such a low tax level for cannabis lounges when for months we've been receiving reports discussing the millions of dollars that we're likely to be losing from the federal and state level that we rely on to provide essential life-saving services. We are allowed to set this tax at a rate as high as 10%. Currently, cannabis retailers in Santa Cruz County that do not have on-site consumption is 7% of gross sales. So presuming that retailers are passing along their cost to consumers by taxing only 1% for products consumed on-site, we would really be incentivizing on-site consumption compared to take-home retail. I remain concerned about the public health impacts and enforcement challenges involved in allowing cannabis consumption lounges. I did not support allowing them when they came before us early this year, and I certainly don't want to move in the direction of incentivizing on-site consumption over use in one's home or reducing the meager tax revenue that could possibly benefit the broader community. Also, the math doesn't add up. This item doesn't include an economic analysis. It just states cannabis lounges are not anticipated to have a significant impact to overall cannabis business tax collected. Recall, the report the CLO gave us on March 11th included an economic analysis. At that time, the CLO estimated that each 1% increase to gross sales could generate an additional $21,000 in cannabis business revenue. According to that report, if cannabis lounges result in additional 5% in gross sales, which amounts to an additional $1.5 million in gross cannabis sales, the county would receive an additional $106,000. This also means that the county has to pay for the services related to addressing the effects of residents consuming another $1.5 million in cannabis products, ranging from health education, enforcement of things like DUIs, and medical services. So the math doesn't add up. We add $1.5 million more worth of problems, and at 7% sales tax, we don't even earn back enough to pay for one additional health services employee. What public good does cannabis retailers provide that its success should be subsidized by taxpayer dollars? In my view, if we're going to have it all, we should be taxing it at the highest level we can so we have a chance at mitigating the problems it creates. We are headed into a period of severe financial strain. Anyone who's been watching our meetings should realize that our county is having to grapple with the prospect of losing millions of dollars that we rely on to help our residents meet their basic needs: food, medical care, housing. We're asking our departments to tighten budgets, delay projects, and do more with less. In that context, I think it's fair to ask, why would we exempt or lower taxes for any industry, particularly one that was expected to be a steady revenue source for the county? When cannabis was legalized, the promise was that it would bring meaningful revenue to support public services, including roads, emergency response, behavioral health, and housing. That simply hasn't happened. Revenues have been consistently below projections, and we have spent substantial time and resources trying to stabilize and regulate the sector. And this report basically says no economic impact at all. So I have heard many, many reasons why the cannabis industry is struggling. But if I ask any District 5 member of the District 5 business associations, I know that lots of businesses are struggling to stay open. But our hardware stores, our bookshops, they're not increasing the risk of DUIs or requiring additional behavioral or medical health services. I think that it's fair that every business and every taxpayer contribute their share to fund our community's basic services. Minimizing what cannabis lounges have to contribute here in the county sends the wrong message. It just suggests that this industry deserves special treatment at a time when everyone else is being asked to sacrifice. So while I appreciate the staff's diligence to bring forward a clean ordinance and the legal clarity it provides, I cannot support the recommended actions. I don't think that it's fiscally responsible. I don't think that prioritizing cannabis is a good budgetary representation of our county's values. And I disagree that we should be incentivizing on-site consumption.
Thank you. Supervisor Koenig?
Thank you. Just a quick question. So even though we'd be reducing the cannabis business tax for on-site consumption or setting that rate at 1%, I mean, it's essentially a new business area, the county sales tax would still apply, right? Right. So we're actually still taxing on-site consumption higher than any other hardware business or anything else. All we're really trying to do here, I mean, the problem is we've created such a punitive tax system for legal cannabis between a 15% state tax, the 7% local tax, and a 9.75% local sales tax that applies to the additional taxes as well. I mean, we have made the black market extremely competitive against legal cannabis because of all this taxation. And so really, I mean, what we're trying to accomplish by allowing on-site consumption and providing some tax benefit or not as high of a tax burden on-site consumption was just to try to level the playing field a little bit and honor people who are trying to play by the rules. Now, I mean, I agree with you that we probably shouldn't be incentivizing on-site consumption versus off-site consumption. I think the reason we were looked at this particular reduction is we didn't want to, upend the apple cart too much and make any massive changes, but because this was an incrementally, sort of a new line of business that people were going to be engaging in and making significant investments to do that because of some very strict requirements, particularly around all the ventilation required for these rooms, that effectively we're just trying to help them offset some of that major investment in a time of a lot of uncertainty. So it's not like we're making an exemption for these businesses where they're not going to have to do their part. They're absolutely still paying the sales tax and even more than that for on-site consumption. So that said, I do support the staff recommendations today. Thank you.
Supervisor Cummings?
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to thank and appreciate the staff for the work that they've done. And I do just want to remind the board that part of why the staff came back with the tax rate at the level that it was because that's what the board recommended when we moved the item. So it could have been a different amount, but our board moved forward with voting on and directing staff to explore a 1% cannabis business tax for on-site consumption. And so that's why this is before us today. And I do want to, associate myself with Supervisor Koenig that, I mean, when we look at how much more cannabis businesses are paying, that is likely why we're not seeing the revenues around what the projections were, because a lot of people are more inclined to purchase from the black market than to pay such high tax rates. I mean, if you go into a store and you expect to buy something, you don't expect them to have like a 20 or 30% markup on that when you go to the register. And so what incentive is there for people to go to these businesses if they know they're going to have to pay more than what they would if they were going onto the black market? And so I see this, as an opportunity for us to, put the potential on-site consumption lounges at a fair level when compared to other businesses. I don't think it's really incentivizing people to go to the on-site consumption lounges, because the reality is that if people don't go to on-site consumption lounges, there's nothing stopping them from consuming wherever they feel like going. I mean, I think it's an opportunity for people to get more educated, to have more regulated products. And for some people, I mean, for a lot of people, this is medication, and this is an opportunity for them to have a community. And since we haven't seen this roll out yet, it's worth us seeing, what happens when we do incorporate these lounges into our community, and trying to give them a level playing advantage. I mean, especially thinking about with all the tariffs and the cost of building and construction materials going up. I mean, no one anticipated this, so if they're moving forward with opening these businesses, it's going to be at a higher cost now than it would have been a year ago. And so I think, the take-home message is that they're going to be paying more tax than any other business, even at the 1% additional cannabis business tax. And I think we should see how this plays out, and we can revisit it at a future date if we want to consider increasing the taxes or not. And so I just want to thank the staff for bringing back, something that reflects the board's direction, and I'm going to be supporting the staff recommendation.
Supervisor Serpa.
Sorry, thank you for the report, and this is a question for staff. So aside from direction potentially given by the board on the 1% tax, I'm wondering what the thinking was in terms of choosing that as a number, if it hasn't already been enumerated.
Yeah, there was not an analysis done because we were directed to do a specific thing. We are not making a staff recommendation. We are doing exactly what the board asked us to do, which was come back with a 1% tax ordinance.
And Supervisor Martinez pointed out that we could have taxed up to 10%. Is that true?
The tax ordinance that was voted on originally has a range, which allows you to go up or down one way or the other. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say also that our county Farm Bureau represents the cannabis industry simply because it is agriculture. And for that matter, they represent some of our local wineries as well. But when we talk about special treatment, I wouldn't say they're getting special treatment. Well, maybe they are. We're taxing them more than everyone else. Wineries, for example, don't charge a consumption charge. All they do is just state and federal taxes that apply to them. We're not taxing other agricultural commodities like this, like the apple farms, the self-pick apple farms. We're not charging an extra tax for self-picking berry farms. We're not charging an extra tax. So, I think it is, being, I would say if there's special treatment, it's that we're taxing them more than everybody else in business and even in agricultural commodities. And lastly, I just want to say that I will support staff recommendation. I think there's a lot of work that was put into that as well, so thank you. With that, further comments, we'll entertain motions.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Koenig. And any further additional comments?
Yeah, I do have a question. Can you just confirm, it was my understanding that the board directed staff to come back with a tax lower than the 7%, but I don't recall explicitly requesting 1%. Is that your understanding from the action in the March 25th and April 8th meetings?
The motion for the tax rate at 1% was actually from January 28th, 2025, and that was directly included within the board motion.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I will be not supporting the motion for the reasons I stated earlier. I appreciate the willingness I hear from Supervisor Cummings to come back with a opportunity to increase the tax rate at some point, because I do believe that asking our basically incentivizing people to purchase cannabis and then use it at the consumption lounge rather than purchase it and take it home, really, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't reflect our values as a community, and I don't think it's the direction we were intending when moving forward with consumption lounges. And so, yeah, I hope that we can look at that in the future.
So I would just remind the board, we come to you twice a year with details on finances, on what's happening with everything cannabis related, and we certainly can add a section specific for consumption lounges and a line item specific for consumption lounge taxes, because they are collecting that information separately in the auditor controller's office.
Thank you. And will that be included?
So the next report is February. I don't think we will have a working consumption lounge by February. We might, but it doesn't look like it right now. But as soon as one is operational, it will be in the next report. So we usually come in February and come in August.
Okay, thank you.
It might be longer. I heard they're having delays because of the rains. So with that, we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Madam Clerk, if we could take a roll call vote.
Yes, certainly. Supervisor DeSerpa?
No.
Cummings?
Aye.
Martinez?
No.
Koenig?
Aye.
And Hernandez?
Aye. Motion passes with 2 opposing votes, Supervisor DeSerpa and Supervisor Martinez. We have a scheduled item for 1:30 down here. We will now be going to closed session.
Nothing reportable from closed session.
And we'll return here at 1:30. We'll now continue today's agenda with the scheduled item for 1:30. The next item on the agenda is number 11. Consider the principal components of the draft energy storage combining district ordinance. Direct the Community Development and Infrastructure Department to proceed with environmental review, public hearings, and commission's recommendations on the draft ordinance, and take all related actions. I'll turn it over for the presentation to...
So I'm going to just, good afternoon, Chair and members of the board, Nicole Coburn, CEO. I'm just going to make a quick statement just to set a context before Stephanie launches into her presentation. Stephanie Hansen is Assistant Planning Director. So this process started over a year ago on August 13th of 2024. Former Supervisor Bruce McPherson was one of 2 members who recommended that the staff prepare an ordinance to allow and regulate battery energy storage system facilities by creating a new combining district or zoning overlay. So we've been working on this for over a year, and we've been returning to the board, having public hearings, having town halls, seeking input from the county commission on the environment. And the purpose really of this is to develop a local ordinance so that we maintain local control over siting and operational requirements of the new facility. We want to note it's important to say that the state has its own process by which companies can apply and proceed with developing these facilities. So this is really our opportunity to set the local rules around which battery energy storage systems operate. And so we are coming today with a draft that contains the principal components of a future ordinance that the board will consider. The board has given direction already, and the staff has incorporated that direction into this along with all of the public comment we've received. Any projects that might be applied for according to this future ordinance would be a separate process from what you're going to hear today. So with that, I'm going to let Stephanie proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, Nicole. Good afternoon, everyone, Chair, Supervisors. I'll be presenting today an update of the Energy Storage Combining District Ordinance. CDI, Community Development and Infrastructure, is requesting that the board direct us to proceed with environmental review and adoption of a draft ordinance. The purpose of the Energy Storage Combining District would be to accommodate an battery energy storage system, also known as BESS. It's a long title, so from here on, I'm just going to say BESS, and other types of energy facilities that would serve to augment the reliability of the electrical transmission system in the county and the region. BESS facilities that support the electrical grid also accommodate the integration of renewable energies such as wind and solar energy and reduce reliance on other more polluting forms of energy. Particular fossil fuel facilities are air polluting and contribute to an estimated 7 million deaths worldwide annually. BESS facilities support the county's ability to achieve 100% clean energy by 2030, as put forward in the county's 2022 Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, as well as the state's clean energy goals. In order to meet these goals, it's estimated that 52,000 megawatts of energy storage is needed. Successful transition away from fossil fuels is not possible without storage. BESS facilities tend to be large facilities from 1 to 2 acres to more than 15 acres. They operate using chemical, mechanical, and thermal processes to store the energy and then to release it when it's needed. These are not new facilities, but the technology is changing rapidly. BESS facilities would be only one type of battery system in our environment. Our phones have batteries, buildings have battery storage systems, more and more houses even are having individual storage systems. And of course, there are more and more EV automobiles on the road every day. I will also add that as both the technology develops, the lessons learned from previous incidents are incorporated into the regulations, and the safety of new facilities has increased exponentially. The rate of failure incidents have decreased nationally by 97% since 2018. BESS facilities that serve our regional power system must be integrated into the electrical transmission grid in order to effectively store the power. There are 3 main electrical transmission substations in the unincorporated county, one located at Paul Sweet Road in Soquel, one along Freedom Boulevard in Aptos, and a third off Green Valley Road in the Watsonville area. Based on board direction from August 2024, the Energy Storage Combining District or zoning overlay would be applied to the zoning of certain parcels adjacent to electrical transmission substations. In these maps, the pink boundary is the actual substation, and the orange represents the adjacent parcels that would be affected by the combining district. On the left is the Freedom Boulevard substation and surrounding parcels in Aptos, where the combining district would be mapped. No projects are proposed in this area. On the right is the Green Valley Minto Road substation and surrounding parcels. A BESS project is proposed at 90 Minto Road within the orange area. When originally drafted, the combining district included parcels around the transmission substation at Paul Sweet Road as well. However, with changes to the draft ordinance, namely a buffer from sensitive receptors such as hospitals and care facilities, parcels around that substation have been eliminated from consideration. The proposed amendments include policy language that would be in the general plan and new sections added to the county zoning regulations of the county code. The ordinance would allow facilities pursuant to certain minimum site standards. Minimum parcel size needs to be 10 acres. Maximum development area would be 20 acres. And the maximum height, excluding poles and lines, would be 25 feet. Other standards are included to buffer against community impacts, including setbacks from property lines and agricultural soils. The standards include fencing and 20 feet of landscaping around the perimeter of a proposed site. Any impacts to agricultural resource land would be mitigated with an agricultural conservation easement at a minimum of a 1-to-1 ratio. Protection of sensitive areas is required, as well as meeting state safety standards. Applications for best facilities on agricultural land would require review by the county's Agricultural Policy and Advisory Commission, but best facility applications would be considered by the Board of Supervisors after a Planning Commission recommendation. On January 16, 2025, a major fire at the Vistra Energy battery facility at Moss Landing erupted. In response to safety concerns induced by the fire, Senator Laird introduced the Clean Energy Safety Act of 2025. Senate Bill 283 was signed into law this October. And although Moss Landing is an older enclosed facility, which, if proposed today, would not meet accepted safety standards, the fire did raise concerns about new facilities meeting better safety standards and regulation to prevent such incidents from occurring at a new facility. The bill requires new facilities to meet state-of-the-art safety standards and also requires early consultation with fire districts prior to operation. All of these standards have been incorporated into the proposed ordinance before you today. I also wanted to note that there's been other bills that have been passed by the state legislature in an effort to continue regulation and to some degree to start deregulation. AB 205 allows the California Energy Commission to approve best facilities regardless of local regulations. This process option is still available to potential developers. In addition, more recently, SB 254 modified the Energy Commission SEQRA requirements, California Environmental Quality Act requirements, to allow for lesser levels of CEQA review. So as we proceeded with revising the ordinance, we added quite a bit more safety standards associated with developing a new facility. As revised, the ordinance requires compliance with all National Fire Protection Association standards, the California Building Code, and the Fire Code. The National Fire Protection Standards include Standard 1, Fire Code, 68 and 69, Explosion Protection, 70, National Electric Code, 72, Fire Alarm and Signaling Code, NFPA 855, Installation of Best Systems, and a new standard that's being developed, NFPA 800, the Battery Safety Code. Also required are consistency with the California Fire Code and SEC County Code Chapter 7.92, which is our adoption of the Fire Code, which you did this morning. 1,000-foot setbacks are required from sensitive receptors such as schools, daycare centers, and residential care facilities. Batteries must be located outdoors in single-use buildings or containers, and the facilities cannot contain nickel, manganese, or cobalt chemistry. This older chemistry is associated with lower temperature thresholds that allow for easier thermal runaway incidents. Currently, lithium iron phosphate, or LFP, batteries are the safer available technology. Systems must contain continuous monitoring and alarms. Large-scale fire testing is required, as is consultation with the responding fire districts. Pre-operation training and annual training is required for responders. It requires consistency with the county's hazardous materials codes in Chapter 7.100. And most recently, we received feedback on the ordinance from the Monterey Bay Air Resources District, and we've added air quality monitoring both at the perimeter of the BEST site and at nearby meteorological station. We've added those into the ordinance as well. To ensure that the safety standards are implemented, we've added several reports that would need to be submitted along with any application for a facility. These include a report on community benefit, including climate resiliency, electrical grid stability, and direct benefits to Santa Cruz County residents. It also includes geological reports, a smoke drift plume study, and a community risk assessment showing flammable and toxic extents for the worst-case scenarios, baseline air and water quality information, fire risk analysis, emergency response plans, and annual monitoring, testing, and inspection plans, as well as a decommissioning plan. We've also added insurance requirements and a cost recovery system should there be an incident that requires county and fire response. So if the board decides to move forward with the ordinance today, our next step would be to conduct an environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. As directed, the environmental document, likely a supplemental environmental impact report, would analyze both the ordinance and the proposed BEST facility at 90 Minto Road as a likely foreseeable project. In this way, impacts such as those that could occur to agricultural land, aesthetics, air and water quality, noise could be evaluated for both the ordinance and the project. Once available, environmental testing results from Moss Landing would also be evaluated in the supplemental EIR, although the results from the Moss Landing incident, as well as other incidents across the nation, show low levels of post-failure contamination. The environmental review could result in additional changes to the ordinance or mitigation measures to any proposed facility. So here's a timeline that would be associated with milestones for the ordinance. If the board moves forward today, we would begin the environmental review process, as I mentioned. Public hearings and meetings associated with the ordinance would be part of the environmental review process and the adoption process, which would occur in the next year or so. Public hearings are anticipated at Commission on the Environment, Agricultural Policy Advisory Commission, the Planning Commission, and the Board of Supervisors. Process would take about a year. The ordinance would need to be passed before any facility could be considered. So with that, our recommended actions today are for the board to consider all components of the ordinance, direct the Community Development and Infrastructure Department to proceed with environmental review and public hearings, and then direct staff to return within a year for the first reading of a draft ordinance, either as it occurs today or as potentially revised. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have several folks in the room who can help to answer questions if I can't. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take it out to the public to see if anyone wishes to address us on this item. And I guess if people have questions, we'll come back to them. We'll keep note.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is James Ewing Whitman. You know, I was recently at a BEST meeting on November 11th at Simpkins. It was actually incredibly informative. You know, I suppose the gist of from what I gleaned is that unless there's a whole new set of standards drawn up, and if this gets approved as it is, a lot of things are going to fall through the cracks. Some of the things that just haven't happened are actually tests on how dangerous these things are. You know, they're not as dangerous when they're not connected to computers. I own more than almost 24 lithium-ion batteries, including the computer that I have in my hand. Anybody can create a safe situation and put a AA lithium-ion battery in a vise and then attach it to a pair of vice grips with a rope or something and twist it. That'll cause a thermal reaction explosion. Just a small AA battery. You know, it's my understanding that only 1/12 to 1/15 of those batteries exploded and caught on fire. You could clearly see that fire from Seabright Beach. I think as the crow flies, that's about 12 miles away. Some of the experts in the room that have talked, they said that these plumes only go up 67 feet. What is going on? Some of the people that have agricultural land, they don't want to complain because they don't want to lose their businesses now. So there needs to be, people need to have some balls. Usually it's the women that actually have the most strong balls. I hope more women are speaking, and I hope more men, because this needs some, we are all in this area together, and we're all have already been poisoned by this. And there are so many other options. Look at the study that was stopped in 1987, where they took the diesel fuel and pumped it into algae beds, and 60% of that weight was kerosene, diesel, and jet fuel. And fossil fuels is a lie. It's the second most plentiful fluid on the planet. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dave Martone, and I am here on behalf of the Bahara Valley Fire Protection District Board of Directors. As the fire agency with jurisdiction over Minto Road, we are committed to ensuring the safety of our community and our firefighters. We strongly encourage the adoption of the draft ordinance currently under consideration. Our Battery Energy Storage System, BESS, working group meets nearly every week, collaborating with experts from all perspectives on this issue. These ongoing discussions are essential to making informed decisions that prioritize the safety and well-being of both our residents and the dedicated firefighters who serve our area. Without a Santa Cruz County ordinance in place, our community will be subject to the decisions of state agencies, resulting in a significant loss of local control. This is particularly concerning should this potentially hazardous facility move forward. The ability to regulate and respond to the local level is crucial for maintaining the highest standards of safety and preparedness in our district. Again, on behalf of the Bahara Valley Fire Protection District, we urge you to adopt the draft ordinance. Doing so will empower our community to proactively manage local risks and ensure that our residents and firefighters remain as safe as possible. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Drew Lewis. I'd like to talk about the great energy scam that's going on. According to many famous scientists and inventors, we live in a sea of abundant energy, free, easily accessed, and unlimited. So why do we have pollution wars for oil and high energy prices? In 1909, Nikola Tesla removed the gasoline engine from his car and replaced it with a device that created its own energy, also called an over-unity device. After then driving the car around powered by this device, he then connected his car to his home and supplied all of its energy needs. The day of Tesla's death, the FBI raided his home and seized all of his inventions and patents. In 1931, a Canadian mechanic and car tinker named Charles Pogue was issued a patent for a carburetor that enabled a car to run 220 miles on a gallon of gas. Shortly thereafter, the Toronto Stock Exchange saw a massive fall in all of its oil stock value. Charles Pogue's laboratory was then broken into and all of his work was destroyed. In 1951, the U.S. government passed the Invention Secrecy Act, which officially suppressed inventions that were considered to be a threat to national security. There are now over 5,220 inventions that provide free, clean, unlimited energy that have their patents suppressed or seized by the U.S. government. It appears that those who rule our society cannot allow inventions that would free humanity from their control and dominance. If you want more information on this subject, I suggest you read Hidden Energy by Gene Manning and Susan Manwich, a copy of which you can get on Amazon.com. You can also see an excellent short historical video on this as well by going to YouTube and typing in Forbidden Tech, Free Energy and Anti-Gravity into the YouTube search bar. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Casey Van Hoovel. I'm president of the Monterey Bay Area Building and Construction Trades, and I'm also VP for the Central Labor Council. I'll be quick because we got to make it out to Watsonville for a meeting at 3 o'clock, special call to reinstate the PLA out there, which I'm very proud of. I don't think I'm going to make it just in time, but, 5 more minutes here, right? I do support local control. This is about local control. And having that local control instead of the state route is very important to the thousands of construction workers here locally. And not only is that important to have local control, it's important to have skilled and trained labor on these projects. You want people to build these projects that have been through a rigorous 5-year apprenticeship program that keep up with all state safety and certifications. Programs like labor joint management programs that have trained these state certified apprentices are extremely important to the safety of this community. So I urge you to incorporate skilled and trained language per Public Contract Code 2601 and apprentices from joint labor management programs. Thank you. I wish I could stay, but most of the delegates in this room that are with me are all going to have to leave. So have a great day.
My name is Cheryl Bann, and I appreciate this opportunity to address the Board of Supervisors over grave concerns that I have. The Moss Landing battery explosion was avoidable. We need to stop making excuses for failed technology and industry like the Alliance of Vistra. We need to create a new, long-lasting, fully protecting, visionary ordinance. This one is not gone far enough. Even though the presentation looks detailed, we need more, deeper. Create a non-industry ad hoc committee to educate and help build an ordinance that will protect our Monterey Bay sanctuary. I know you're trying to do that. We still need more. There are non-flammable, non-toxic, non-explosive options. Support them. Invest in them. Look into them. Utilize our community here who has knowledge. We are the stewards of this land, the slough, and our oceans. Stop invisible micro, nano toxins from spewing into our environment and us. When our poisoned fish of our waters have 5 eyes looking at us, will we see then? Reject the draft ordinance before you. Create a new ordinance. Take the time. Do not rush it. Utilize this community. Please pause, reflect, and start again. Thank you.
Can we stop the clapping, because we got a dozen speakers and we want them to come up and speak, because otherwise they'll be waiting there on both sides. Let's stop the clapping.
Hello. Hi, it's nice to be on this side of the podium. My name is Bruce McPherson. I am one of many people who helped establish the Monterey Bay Community Power Agency 8 years ago, which has expanded to the Central Coast Community Energy Agency, now comprised of 5 counties and 30 cities from Santa Barbara to Santa Cruz. I will refer to it as CCCE. Its purpose is to purchase power through clean energy sources, solar, wind, and geothermal, to reduce the dependency on fossil fuels in our fight against climate change. And there are 2 elements that we need to address to make this happen. One is resource adequacy, which CCCE is providing, and we're to get the energy into the power grid. And the other one is storage capacity, which is what we're talking about today and overseen by other agencies. A few years ago, the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors moved to draft a battery energy storage system, or BESS as it's called, an ordinance that addresses how the aforementioned clean electrical energy can be stored safely. Today's proposal kicks off that process for environmental review. This is an absolute necessity in light of the Moss Landing fire and disaster. The renewable energy resources need to be stored, if you will, during the day so we can have adequate electrical energy in the peak period evening hours. Santa Cruz County staff, particularly Ms. Stephanie Henson, has put hours and months of work into addressing the epic failures, and that's what they were, epic failures at Moss Landing. Primarily three: not using volatile nickel, magnesium, cobalt that was designed for electrical cars, a volume of about 100,000 batteries which were co-located in a building that was old and not really adequate to store that, an unsophisticated fire suppression system that relied on water sprinklers. State law has been mentioned. Oops. Is that 2 minutes? Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, this ordinance is much stricter than state law. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
I really appreciate what the county has done. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Lynch. I'm a licensed clinical social worker here in Santa Cruz County. I would respectfully ask the supervisors to vote no on the draft ordinance. And to start, I would like to respectfully request Supervisor Martinez to please recuse herself from the vote on the draft BESS ordinance due to conflict of interest. Supervisor Martinez, the fact that you're on this 3CE board, which will benefit financially from the project on Minto Road, we're asking you to recuse yourself for conflict of interest. We've submitted letters to the clerk and emailed everyone regarding this request. Secondly, we'd like to request, we sent a letter addressed to you, Supervisor Cummins, as the board chair, and all the Board of Supervisors regarding preservation of evidence related to the Seahawk Energy Project, Minto Road, Watsonville, proposed BESS facility, New Leaf Energy, Santa Cruz County draft BESS ordinance, and 3CE Energy. Preservation of evidence pending potential litigation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Gregory Audino. My wife and I live in Old Amesti. Santa Cruz County, progressive. So why wouldn't we want new technology that is clean and green? Let's present this to Santa Cruz. Let's not mention that these facilities aren't planned for the Bay Area counties. One in eastern Alameda County, away from populations. Let's not mention that these BESS facilities are being pushed into rural counties away from major populations, but next to local populations. Let's not mention the near $2 billion a year local agricultural business that is endangered by these batteries. That these sites do not provide employment for locals, just some tax for the county. Let's not mention that these sites are not the same as charging your electric devices at home or your electric car in the driveway that uses 240 volts at 40 to 50 amps. These containers have rows of cells strung together, comprising hundreds of cells placed on a rack. 5 racks per module, 5 modules per container. Basically the equivalent of 20 to 30 electric car battery packs that weigh between 800 and 1,000 pounds each times 20 to 30. stuffed into a container. Then these cells are force-fed electricity at 1,500 volts, direct current, at 400 amps every day and emptied every night. This causes the cells to degrade and eventually fail. Has New Leaf Energy mentioned where they're getting their supply of battery cells from? The lowest bidding contractor, of course, and this happens to be LG. LG has a horrible record of failure rates worldwide. How progressive are we by allowing this into our county? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, and community. My name is Alex Miller. I've been a resident of Santa Cruz for the last 40 years. I looked at the battery storage ordinance and noted that it didn't explicitly require a safety buffer around the facilities. Looked at many videos of fires at BESS facilities, and I noticed that ladder trucks are often used to cool the adjacent battery modules to keep from a fire escalating. So I have a simple ask that we need to provide room for ladder trucks to be able to turn around. My understanding is it's a 55 to 60 foot space, and we need to have enough space in the perimeter roads for emergency vehicles to travel back and forth. So I ask that we require fire access roads of at least 30 feet wide with turning space at several points inside the fence line, and that these roads include at least 2 rapid area entrances. I hope that this is not a controversial ask, but I believe that every little thing will help prevent our firefighters from injury and let them better respond to incidents. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Pauline Seals. I represent Santa Cruz Climate Action Network, approximately 2,000 local people. I want to thank you for this ordinance and suggest that you approve it. I have studied a lot of things about this fire. It should never have happened. And I have great sympathy for anybody who was affected by the chemicals or whatever. I also think the responses of the local government were inadequate. But I am confident that the combination of LEAD's bill, SB 283, and the new standard from the firefighters, NFPA 855, will make a huge, huge difference to where this huge risk is down to almost nothing, not quite zero. In the NFPA 855, they explained that lithium in the batteries is no more explosive than sodium in the form of salt. And they explained that water has to be used. Water should be used as soon as those batteries get warm. If you can cool them as soon as they get warm, which they might do sometimes, then if you cool them, they won't explode and create a fire. So we desperately, desperately need clean energy. This is a temperature graph showing temperature going up and then now drastically going up faster. This is a very serious problem. It's going to get worse. It's going to affect our farm workers in the fields, as well as a lot of other aspects of life. Please use CEQA. It's a valuable resource, and a moratorium won't work. The climate will not pause. Thank you.
Hello, Chair Hernandez and members of the board. My name is Sophia Schwartzky, and I'm here on behalf of Central Coast Community Energy, the public agency that procures electricity for 1.2 million Central Coast residents, including roughly 250,000 in Santa Cruz County. 3CE is committed to delivering 100% clean and renewable energy. And part of that responsibility is ensuring that we have reliable, affordable power for the communities we serve. Energy storage is essential to that mission. It allows us to store clean, low-cost energy when it is abundant and deliver it back to the grid when demand peaks, when prices rise, and when the grid would otherwise rely heavily on fossil fuels. This helps keep energy affordable for families and businesses, while also strengthening local reliability. Storage projects also support local and economic activity through job creation and tax revenue. According to the Electric Power Research Institute, battery failures have dropped 98% since 2018, even as global deployment has expanded more than 25,000%. Senator Laird's Clean Energy Safety Act was recently signed by the governor and further strengthens safety by requiring new storage facilities to meet national fire protection standards and undergo coordination and inspection by local fire departments. 3CE supports the proposed ordinance. Establishing clear local guidelines will ensure that future storage projects are implemented in a way that protects public health, enhances resilience, and advances climate and energy goals. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Hello, my name is Roland Sayer, and I'm glad to see the ordinance before you, because what happened at Moss Landing was a moment of horror. I assume that you have talked to people who were directly affected by what happened at Moss Landing. If you haven't, you need to do that. It must not be repeated. On the other hand, we're dealing with a horror that will only get worse as time progresses, and that's climate change. The numbers are incredible. 7.5 million people died to the effects of climate change around the globe. In the United States alone, it's 91,000 people yearly. So it's very clear what we have to do and what you have to do. Make sure that we assure absolute, no, we can't do that absolute, but as much safety as possible. And see to it that we have the energy that we need, and see to it that we decarbonize our overall society, and that includes us here in Santa Cruz. And so, again, I am glad to see what the proposal is, and listen to some of the suggestions that were made. I think that labor should be considered, and what was I forget now the other thing. But thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Mark Shirk. I live across from Aptos High School. Please allow me to propose two proven technologies that can be combined as cogeneration and storage system to potentially guarantee the future safety of the battery projects while offering multiple additional benefits that can help preserve the effects of global warming. I propose that the county prepares a new ordinance that requires that all battery banks are fully covered by fume exhaust hoods that can withstand the estimated high temperatures. By combining the exhaust hoods for the lithium batteries with cryogenic liquid air energy storage technologies, these overhead exhaust hoods will be able to capture all harmful toxic fumes that are emitted during a battery thermal runaway fire that then can be recooled, recondensed, and or resolidified via low temperature coils within the ducting of the exhaust hood. Pilot systems have already been tested and vetted. Commercial grid scale liquid air energy storage systems are presently in progress throughout the United Kingdom, Australia, and Japan that are utilizing 100% renewable energy and offering a lifespan of over 40 years. MIT estimated stored energy cost over the project lifespan for liquid air is $45 per megawatt hour, compared to $120 for pumped hydro energy storage and $175 for lithium ion batteries. During normal operation, these hoods
will be able to pay for themselves while capturing waste heat from the cooling vents of the battery systems that can then be converted into additional electricity. Liquid air technologies also offer free flash freezing and cold food storage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez, Supervisors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Tracy Weiss. I'm the Executive Director with the O'Neill Sea Odyssey and coming to you today as a member of the Commission on the Environment. I had the opportunity this past summer to listen and learn about BESS energy storage systems through a series of community meetings, and really felt at the end of all of those presentations, that the risks of continued fossil fuel use far outweigh the risks of battery storage systems. Climate change is our most pressing issue. It is amplifying the impacts of floods, fires, and storms within our community. Doing nothing presents a public health risk to the most vulnerable. We must do everything we can in our power to reduce and eliminate fossil fuels as quickly as possible. As I am in support of the well-crafted local ordinance that will allow local control and regulations of these facilities, prioritize public health, and monitor and ensure transparency of emergency response planning, and maintain our open public education process to ensure communities are informed throughout this process. As BESS technology evolves, it's critical that we continue to coordinate with local fire departments and conduct annual inspections. I would also encourage that soil and water samples be conducted now and throughout the future to ensure we understand how all of these might be impacted. Thank you so much for your time today.
Hi, my name is Chris Damhorst. I'm the chair for the Commission on the Environment, and I'm here as a member of the Commission on the Environment. I wanted to thank Stephanie Hansen and her team for putting together what I consider a comprehensive ordinance that really takes into consideration the safety of our community and our environment. We desperately need renewable energy storage in order to implement the Climate Action Adaptation Plan, which is what the Commission on the Environment is charged with. So I'm asking this board to pass the ordinance if you can. I'd really like to make sure that we maintain our land use authority and that projects like these go through our regulatory process for our local government here. So I'd highly encourage you guys to vote and pass this and make sure that we keep our local land use authority here and that projects like these go through our regulatory process. Thank you so much.
Hello. I'm Joanne Waffel from Scotts Valley, and I wanted to talk about all the thermal runaway with lithium-ion batteries. Tesla Powerwalls are using lithium-ion batteries are catching fire, some, from overheating and from damage. The Powerwalls are now being recalled. Commercial pilots and commercial aircraft. The pilots flying commercial planes report lithium-ion batteries and passenger electronics, when damaged or overheating, are causing fires in passenger seats from people throwing their phones in the seat, in the overhead storage bins, and under the plane in the luggage compartment. Imagine being 36,000 feet to 41,000 feet. There's a fire on your plane. Matson Ocean Shipping Lines has suspended immediate and indefinite EVs, electric vehicles, and PHEVs, plug-in hybrid vehicles, because they run on lithium-ion batteries that have the potential to catch fire out at sea upon loading and unloading from the ships. Matson Shipping Lines accepts and transports gas-powered vehicles as they do not have thermal runaway. As we know from the Moss Landing fires, lithium, manganese, and cobalt can spread 50 miles in each direction, and those heavy metals cross into the blood-brain barrier and cause, at the minimum, brain inflammation. Why are the Santa Cruz supervisors pushing the New Leaf, Massachusetts lithium-ion battery facility when people's livelihoods are, for God's sake, are at stake, especially on Minton Road? Also, I'm asking you to wait on a safer technology. A neighbor who's an engineer consultant is going to work with a sodium salt storage battery that he claims does not have thermal runaway. Please wait until we can have a safer technology. Thank you.
I've been talking to people who've been attending meetings throughout Santa Cruz. One of the meetings, Diane Jones, an expert, said there is non-explosive, non-flammable lithium batteries for storage that could be used. It's probably a matter of money that the people here are going with pretty much the same thing that Monterey had, just changing the spacing. The county needs a tough ordinance and a supplemental environmental impact report, such as Solano got. Solano County has the toughest ordinance in the entire country. Santa Cruz should ask to see their documentation and follow it and adopt it. Seconding what the woman ahead of me said, 5 container ships went down due to lithium explosions, and the ships are refusing, container ships are refusing to carry it any further. Okay, I think that's it. Let's see, 1, 2. Also, I'm just wondering, generally speaking, has Monterey Bay Sanctuary been contacted? Because people, when you were back talking about Prospect Heights and SoCal location, which got rejected due to Dominican Hospital, let's see. Oh well, age has its costs. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Brett Garrett from Santa Cruz. I'm a steering committee member of the California Alliance for Community Energy. I'm speaking only for myself. I believe batteries are a very important resource for climate, and in particular, locally sited batteries are important for local resilience. So in general, I support batteries. But I do agree with the vast majority of people here that we need the batteries to be as safe as possible. That's incredibly important. I'm a little bit concerned that the proposed ordinance is largely one size fits all, not really making a distinction between levels of safety aside from prohibiting NMC. I feel that the ordinance should find some way to incentivize the safest possible batteries. For example, I would expect it to impose greater restrictions on LFP than on sodium technology. But the wording should refer to safety metrics, not specific chemistries, because tomorrow's batteries chemistry isn't known. They're always improving things. You know, right now LFP appears safer than sodium. Will that be true in 2 years? I don't know. There could be developments on both sides. So we need very tight restrictions on batteries that might be toxic or flammable, and more lenient conditions for batteries that are known to be safe. The proposed ordinance calls for alternative battery and chemistry analysis and reasons for the choice of battery and chemistry, but I think it could dig a little deeper, providing strong incentives for the safest possible choice and engaging the community to help confirm that the most appropriate technology is being chosen. It's good to have more community engagement at every stage. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. Ron Cheshire, Government Affairs, IBEW Local, that's the Electricians Union, Local 234, Tri-County area. We're in favor of moving this process forward. It is a process, okay? We applaud Senator McPherson and this Board of Supervisors for bringing this forward. It's a draft. Over time, in the next year, there may be some amendments. You may find something new out. But again, it's a process. And once you establish something, There'll be an ongoing process to amend even that as new things pop up, as new things are invented and such. There's a lot of talk about Moss Landing. This is not Moss Landing. I get very concerned about people that don't want to take a look at this new technology, which isn't really all that new. Moss Landing was a dinosaur. It should have never happened. Okay? And you've taken steps in this draft, and the industry is taking steps to ensure that that will not happen again. So again, we want to move this forward, and I will remind you is that this provides work opportunities in the area. And that's very important to the workers here. So working with county building trades and the contractors and establishing apprenticeship standards and establishing skilled and trained elements in this would be very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi again. I'm Judy Rosella Myers. As I said this morning, I'm a 50-year resident of Santa Cruz County, and I like to keep an open mind in the whole process that's going on. And I love talking to the individuals who showed up today on both sides of the issue. And I really appreciate the fact that this is an ordinance that is kind of open and receptive, which I hope it continues to be so, to input along the way and to update itself along the way to the latest technology and the safest, most lowest cost in terms of energy supplying as we go along, especially because, as has already been mentioned, that there are new technologies out there that are being tested and evaluated, and that we don't have to stick to something that's already been done. That I hope this process with this ordinance keeps up with the latest technology and is open and receptive to all of us in the community who have been doing a ton of research about the safety of all these different possibilities, and that we can be inclusive of the input of all in our community to come up with the right solution to keep our community safe and protected. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this opportunity, Board of Supervisors, to speak and to be able to address this issue with you. The whole idea of lithium, from its mining to its end in landfills, is an ugly story. It is not a socially just process from that beginning to the end. I hardly know where to start right now as far as what to address with you today, because there are so many questions and issues. I think I'll start with three things that maybe Stephanie could include in the ordinance before you actually pass it in its complete form. The first thing is, I think we need to think in terms of protecting the sites, wherever they are, from vandalism or sabotage. We do not know in the future what kind of social situations we may face. Sometimes it's just an angry person with a bulldozer, like in Granby, Colorado. So I think we need to put something down about making that site hardened. A second thing for our firefighters who are all here, we need to have access to large quantities of water in case we do have a thermal runaway with a lithium battery. We're talking in terms of 1,500 gallons a minute over possibly 3 to 4 days. And the third thing I think we need to think about is where that water's going. And I would like to see there a provision in the ordinance that would demand that we have retention ponds or holding ponds engineered to be able to contain any water that runs off from a firefighting situation. With those things, I think we would be looking at a much safer situation, both for public health and our environment. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Becky Steinbrenner. I want to implore that you not be bluffed by New Leaf with their threats to go to the state. It might actually not be so bad. If you look at the opt-in certification, this process would get them to where they want to be much quicker. The difference is that they'll have to pay for a full EIR. I'm not convinced that they will have to do that here, because the ordinance will have an EIR, and they can tier off of that with minimal cost. So make them pay for a full EIR that will do an alternatives analysis, because there are lots of others, like Empire Grade Road Substation. There's a substation next to Soquel Creek Water District. Why didn't anybody look at that? There is no value in their claims that it must be in the South County, and I will present to you documentation from a former court issue in this county where that was struck down. I want to say that the process for this ordinance should have modeled what Solano County did, and it is not too late. You can ask a group to convene and review what you've done here and submit better policy that better protects the public safety. As it is now, it does not. Now, guess what? You have been offered for months professional help from Mr. Philip Karanko, an internationally known policy regulator. He wrote it for you. Here it is. He sent it to you yesterday. Please do not take action on what is here that is minimally safety to the public. It does not include any respect to seismic zones or known hazards. It does not include residential areas in the sensitive receptors. It does not include information that the Zayante Vergelis Fault is right next to the New Leaf place. They must, and it does not include that Central Water has rejected this. I will file these papers with you for the record.
Hi, my name is Al Heindel. I'm a resident of both North County and South County. The South County residence is about a mile or a half a mile away from the residents down there. You know, I love jobs, especially union jobs for Santa Cruz, and some people have advocated that this is good for electricians, and that's great. But, you know, that's only a temporary installation type of thing. And we also have ongoing agricultural jobs in this area. And whether we do have a problem that actually contaminates agricultural produce, it's just a perception that there may be contamination. That's very, very important to certain foreign countries. We had an issue at one point when they wanted to fluoridate the water in Watsonville. Martinelli's was concerned because they export to Europe, and you're not allowed to have any fluoridation in your products when they were reconstituting certain concentrates like pear concentrate. So there are more than just electricians' jobs involved in this. And I'm not totally against battery plants like this or energy storage systems, but the problem is this the ideal location for it, and is this the ideal technology? We know for a fact that these lithium iron phosphate batteries are apparently much more less likely to have a thermal runaway. But the problem is, once they do, they are just as bad as the older technology that we saw at Moss Landing. And the fact that it's on a slope and the drainage from that runs down into the Interlaken area, it'll contaminate the water in the Pajaro River, College Lake, and potentially some of the burn-off would go into Pinot Lake. And I think it would be much more plausible to have a place even like Moss Landing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Trudy Teller. I'm business representative for IBEW Local 234, and I'm coming before you. I'm also a resident of Felton, California. But I'm coming before you to ask that you move forward with the ordinance. And like Ron said, we can continuously make improvements. I feel that safety is high, and environmental impacts are being considered. So I ask that you move forward, and like he said, it's a process. We will continuously improve. We will, see what the latest and greatest technology is out there. It's not just going to fall to the wayside. And I feel that you guys, as board supervisors, will take that into consideration, all the comments that were taken here, to take into safety and environmental impacts. So please, I ask that you move forward with the ordinance and we continuously improve on it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diane Dutton-Jones, and I'm from Watsonville, and I don't know why we're moving so fast on this ordinance. I mean, the details have to come before we move ahead. I don't think today's ordinance, the way it's been written, has enough of those details to give us the strictest safety standards that we need for this county. I mean, I don't know if you've read through some of the recommendations that we've already presented to you, but they're much tighter, much more detailed as to like who will pay for this, who will pay for that. I mean, it's details that right now are not written into our ordinance. It really leaves it too wide open for the developer or anyone else down the road. This is not something we should push off and say, we'll do this, do this later. This has to be done now. It's the most important point that we need to make right now. Our ordinance is lacking in detail and specifics, and we've given you a lot of information of Solano County, their ordinance as a model, and we hope that you'll follow through with that. Today, we're not arguing about battery energy storage being necessary for our county. We see that. But we're arguing about lithium, and why are they still using the industry, toxic, flammable battery energy technology that we know is dangerous? Why would we think about putting that right in our own county? You know how much we have to lose. The other part of that is that, so much. Seahawk is not even planned to go online until for 2030, perhaps. 3 more years. We do have time to get this right now. We know that we've asked you guys and told you all about the non-flammable, non-thermal runaway batteries. Why aren't we pursuing those? We should demand this of New Leaf Energy. This is our only chance, guys. This is our shot right now. If we just let this go through, we're going to be struggling uphill and against something worse. Thank you.
I agree with everything that was just shared. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I think that every possible safety standard should absolutely be adopted into this ordinance. Do you guys agree? I mean, what is more important than protecting our air that we breathe every day, that the generation after us will be breathing, our water, our food supply? We feed so much, not just our own county, but our state, and we're sending food everywhere. I was very anxious when this thing happened. I know it's not the exact same, but the same danger. There are such similar dangers at stake. This is of utmost importance, and I urge you guys with all my heart and all my mind, I love you guys. I love everyone here in this room, and I care so much about our county. This is such a special region and such a special area, and it is in your hands right now. Now is the moment to stand up, to rise up, to protect it to the utmost degree possible, right? Why would we risk anything when it is in our hands? It is our duty. We're complaining now about the things that the generations before, they didn't stand up. Now we're oh, how do we deal with all the fossil fuels and everything and the climate change and everything? Well, this is our moment. Are we going to rise up and do what is completely right, or are we going to settle and kind of just maybe half, do it half? Yeah, okay, I won't say the bad word, but let's do it the right way. Let's be pure in everything that we do. Let's be wholesome, you guys. This matters so much. It affects everything. And so I just really want to encourage you guys to include densely populated neighborhoods in the definition of sensitive receptors. Would you want this in your neighborhood? I don't. I don't even want it in in our region. That is my neighborhood. That is my neighborhood. I live in Santa Cruz, I live in Midtown. It affects all of us. It was in a nearby county. Oh, okay. Well, love you all. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for all the work that you've done. I really appreciate what you've done. I would like to say a lot of things. For one thing, all of the major manufacturers of batteries are scaling up LFP batteries. They would not be wasting their time and money if they thought they were not safe. The reason that things blow up in the airplanes is because they don't have a battery management system. The battery management systems now, so let me step back. Moss Landing did not have battery management systems. They had batteries sitting out on shelves. That was completely a mistake, and that will never happen again, nor will the chemistry used ever happen again in the large battery storage areas. So the battery management systems now have 24/7 monitoring by outside sources. I don't know if New Leaf's does, but Tesla's does. And they have constant they're contained. If there is a fire, anything that has happened recently has been contained and taken care of within a few hours because the battery containers have done their job. The battery management systems have done their job. Usually there's something wrong, like a spark or something, or some water intrusion, and that has caused the problems. Now they are contained and and they're outside and they have distance between them. They do not catch fire and jeopardize the community. Anything in the, oh, I said that already. I have a bunch of stuff. So they're managing the sensors, the voltage, the temperature. They're separated from the cells and the electronics so that no major thing can happen with the battery management systems in the containers that are now being used. Thank you. So I agree, pass this ordinance.
Good afternoon. So one of the repeated refrains I'm hearing all afternoon is a request for you to pass the ordinance. I think that people are not understanding that you're not voting to approve or pass the ordinance right now. You are voting on whether or not you're going to consign the ordinance in the state it is right now to CEQA. And that is my issue with it. I know that many of you have probably already seen the 40 recommendations that I uploaded. Maybe you haven't yet. They're very detailed. Many people who spoke to you today actually referred to them. This ordinance is better than the original draft, but it is still lacking, grossly lacking in specificity. The core purpose of an ordinance is to provide fair notice to everyone of what is required and what is prohibited. It has to be super clear and super detailed. This ordinance, for instance, anecdotally speaking, is less than half the length of the one at Solano. Lack of specificity in a BES ordinance opens the gates to inconsistent and arbitrary enforcement, and it hands the developer and subsequent owner of a facility housing 35 million pounds of hazardous, flammable, and explosive materials instead of a framework of standards, an invitation to cut corners and choose convenience over corporate social responsibility. We can hold a company like New Leaf Energy that's all about clean energy to corporate social responsibility. We can hold them to it, but we can only do it if we write a super strict ordinance. So I am asking you please not to approve this and create a false dilemma where it's either today or it goes to the state. That's not real, and you know that. If you take another couple of months, New Leaf is not going to run to the state. Negotiate something that really protects the community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. I'd like to urge you to have very restrictive
I don't want these facilities in our community because of the hazards. We've seen a huge hazard happen. This whole issue that, they're trying to tell you that lithium iron phosphate batteries are less toxic. Here's an article in the Journal of Energy Storage, Volume 87, March of 2024, called Review of Gas Emissions from Lithium-Ion Battery Thermal Runaway. And it states that lithium iron phosphate batteries that they're trying to tell you are less toxic are greater, the science article in the Journal of Energy Storage states that lithium iron phosphate batteries are a greater flammability hazard and show greater toxicity than the nickel metal, the ones that burned in nickel metal manganese, the ones that were burned in the Moss Landing. Depending on the relative state of charge, lithium iron phosphate batteries are more toxic at lower state of charge respective to themselves. In other words, if they have a lower state of charge, like 50 or less, 50%, 70%, whatever. Anyway, and they have a greater flammability hazard. So, we're being used as a community to house these batteries for other communities' energy. And we don't need that level of risk in our community, to our agriculture, to the people. We just don't need that. We've already had, we've taken our burden, with that explosion that happened already, or the fire that happened. So that's pretty much it. I would ask you to restrict these in our community. Thank you.
If there's no one further to speak here in the public, any comments online?
Yes, Chair. Carol, your microphone's now available.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Bjorn, and I would urge the board to vote no on the proposed ordinance as it now stands unless it's substantially amended and takes into account, all of these comments that people have taken their time out of their day to come and tell you about today. So please appreciate the people that showed up today. In 1978, the Santa Cruz County voters approved Measure J, which protects ag land and prevents current ag land from being rezoned to a different use. Unfortunately, the proposed BESS ordinance on its face violates the voter-approved Measure J. Further, Measure J became part of the general plan for the county, and any subsequent ordinance must comply with the general plan. Because of this, the proposed BESS ordinance as it now stands creates a huge liability for the county. The county cannot violate the general plan or voter-approved initiatives. So the solution is to amend the ordinance to require non-ag land to be used for any potential BESS. Further, the proposed BESS is flawed because it erroneously states that any potential BESS must be located near a substation. That also is patently false. It does not have to be close to a substation. This ordinance also fails to take into account specific requirements for financial assurance from the operator of the BESS. So we need either a bond or an insurance policy posted that would cover any environmental damage that would occur to the people or property of Santa Cruz County. There's nothing in the proposed ordinance that talks about decommissioning this land or any proposed BESS. And lastly, there's nothing in the ordinance that requires the operator to store energy for the benefit of the people of the county. Whoever operates this storage system is going to sell the energy to the highest bidder. That's common sense. And so there needs to be strong language regarding the buying and selling of the energy that's stored in the county. And thank you for listening to my comment, Chair.
Jessica, your microphone's now available.
Hello, thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Jessica Ayala, and I forwarded a document to you, I think it was yesterday, and I hope everybody had a chance to read it, and I apologize for sending it so late, but it wasn't ready to be dispersed. Thank you for putting this on the agenda. This is a very important item, and I thank you for that. please use that guidance. Use it as a reference. So all aspects in that guidance can be addressed. I don't have anything more to say, but thank you.
Philip, your microphone's now available.
Yes. Hello, my name is Philip Ferronco. I want to first thank the supervisors for having this meeting, putting it on the agenda. I want to also thank the staff for creating this ordinance, as it is a great first step of where we need to be. It does highlight some areas of concerns, but it falls short. If you see the people that want it approved and move forward have different interests in place. New Leaf is really advocating for this to move forward because the requirements in place are not as strict as possible. There's a lot of areas that need to be addressed. As a native from Watsonville, this holds deep to my heart, as well as utilizing my expertise in the field of regulatory compliance. I felt it upon myself to create a guidance to help with understanding these regulations, putting a lot more restrictions in place to ensure that these facilities are not only safe now, but in the future, as well as bringing back our environment to where it was prior to the installation of these facilities. We need to make sure we really take a look at what is the intent of this facility, what is the intent of the regulations. Get people that have an understanding. I am free to help out, to consult, and I really wish people would reach out to me and your board to help with creating a more strict regulation, holding not only ourselves, but also these developers liable to provide a really safe transparency to the community by doing audits, listening, really involving the community, really involving our local government and our fire. I really urge the board to not move forward with this. Take the time, review what I've provided, look at the guidance that are in place, and really see what's up. And again, I am free to consult at any time for you guys to please reach out. Thank you.
Tim, your microphone's now available.
All right. Thank you so much for hearing me today. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So, yes, if I was a military commander of a hostile foreign power, what would I do? I'd hit that battery plant right away. I'd destroy it. Serious. Because food and water and energy, those are imperative for society. And folks, like it or not, you don't want your food and your water poisoned. I mean, we all know about Rancho Seco. They try to put a nuke plant up there off the eastern slope of the Sierra in the middle of all that agriculture. We all know how that went, right? So the thing is the folks that are saying, hey, you know, what about the technology here? And what about the placement? Maybe the placement is all wrong and the placement should be somewhere else. You know, folks are talking about, oh, union jobs and all this sort of stuff. Well, you know what? That's peanuts against that agricultural industry and against our quality of life and against all that tourism dollar that Santa Cruz County and Monterey County get from all those folks that visit Carmel and Santa Cruz. So just looking at this on the surface, you know what? It looks like a serious state issue. And certainly a lot more effort needs to be put into this. You know, Gavin Newsom, if he was smart, he might look at this and say, you know what, this is big business for food supply across our entire country. And this is a nice chunk of California economy. I don't think I want to have that there. So, you know, looking at the whole big picture and thinking here that, you know, maybe we should force Germany and Korea to talk, you know, QS and LG to come up with better ideas. But for the time being, I'd say no. Definitely no for right now. Don't do it. Don't vote for it. Think about this a little bit longer. Thank you so much. You have a good day.
Leslie, your microphone's now available.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Leslie Austin, and I'm a 37-year Aromas resident and co-director of the CCA Workforce and Environmental Justice Alliance. I live about 15 miles from Moss Landing, and I've been following Santa Cruz County's process. Excuse me. I do appreciate the people who've come out today, and I want to thank you for the thoughtful way you and staff have approached this ordinance. Since the Moss Landing incident, the state, as Stephanie clarified early on, has strengthened every major part of the safety framework. They've updated fire code, NFPA and UL standards, emergency planning rules, consolidated fire agency review. Really, it's a full overhaul. And those protections are reflected deeply throughout the draft ordinance. And it's clear the amount of rigor and careful work that has gone into getting us to this point. What's also clear from this draft is that the county is approaching this at the intersection of safety, environmental protection, environmental justice, climate, and workforce considerations. I also want to be clear that moving this into CEQA does not lock the current draft in place. CEQA is actually the tool that allows us to add specificity, not bypass it. The detailed analysis, the public hearings, and refinements people are asking for throughout today's public comment all happen during CEQA. This step strengthens the ordinance. It doesn't finalize it. Moving the ordinance into CEQA is the right next step. CEQA is where chemistry, siting patterns, groundwater and air issues, wildfire interface, and cumulative impacts can be fully analyzed, especially for South County and Watsonville residents who raised detailed concerns. Today's action does not approve any project. It recognizes that climate delays are not neutral, and it strengthens the rules before anything moves forward. Thank you.
Doss, your microphone's now available.
Thank you so much, Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Doss Williams. I'm honored to serve this community as the Director of Government and Community Relations for 3CE. 3CE has no power purchase agreement with the Mento Road project, but we are still supportive of this process because our charter includes the duty to decarbonize our communities. And at the regional level, as your staff and our former chair, Bruce McPherson, have alluded to, our ability to provide clean energy at fair prices is very much dependent on availability of energy storage. At stake is also the reduction of pollution from fossil fuels all over the state. The Central Coast has been a leader in advocating for clean energy, but we need to follow that with implementation. 3CE continues to support vigilance on battery safety, which is why we supported the Laird bill and tightened requirements at the CPUC. Last, this ordinance is needed to preserve local control. Most energy developers would see a rejection of this ordinance as a reason to leave the local process and enter the state one. Thank you so much for your time, and I thank both you and your staff for the thoughtful, very public deliberation on this matter.
Mike, your microphone is now available.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. This is Mike Guth. I'm going to mention, it's interesting. We have a combination of both assessing an ordinance, but also assessing this site. And I wanted to mention something about the Minto Road site. And I did forward this to some of you and then to my first district supervisor, Supervisor Koenig, who I hope will speak to it a little bit once we get to supervisors' comments. This site is at high water, about 120 feet from College Lake. College Lake is an unusual water body in that it's got very shallow banks. So when you have slight drawdowns during the spring and summer, you get extraordinary large amounts of emerging marshland coming up, and it creates about 8 tons per acre of feed seed, making it the most valuable regional migratory waterfowl habitat. This site is directly uphill, about 120 feet from it. When one of the modules burns, and they douse everything with water, as they will, even if you don't have a runaway because it's a different technology, all of that's going to run directly downhill into this critically important wetland. Paro Valley Water Management Agency, Sierra Club, Watsonville Wetlands Watch, and other groups for years hashed out the management plan for this place. Even if you were to site this here, the site would need passive barriers to prevent that runoff from even a small fire from getting down in there. And I disagree with the prior speaker who said that these ordinances are all comprehensive now. I've read them all. This is a part of it that is completely overlooked. This is an extraordinary location, College Lake, for migratory waterfowl and salmonids. And we need passive barriers between any site like this and water. Thank you for your attention.
Call-in user 2, your microphone's now available.
Marilyn Garrett, thank you, Mike Goop, and others for your comments in opposition to this proposed ordinance. I have a proposed ordinance. Just say no. Just say no. Passage of this ordinance is a license to contaminate and to kill. And regulation, which is what this ordinance aims to do, is actually the system of permitting and perpetuating corporate harm. Prohibition prevents poisoning. That's the only thing that prevents poisoning. You received an email from Aileen Tauber Law on behalf of Stop Lithium Deaths in Santa Cruz County. And in part, it states that the ordinance components are insufficient to protect public safety and eliminate environmental impacts. The ordinance should not permit the use of lithium batteries in BESS. The failure of one lithium cell can cascade to include hundreds of individual cells releasing hot, flammable, toxic gases like hydrofluoric acid that can result in explosions. The fires are difficult to extinguish. Traditional fire methods are ineffective, and the fires can reignite even days later. Electric Power Research Institute Incorporation has tracked over 100 battery energy storage system BESS incidents worldwide, demonstrated that these problems are not isolated incidents. None of the proposed ordinance components address the fundamental dangers associated with lithium batteries. Just say
Chair, we have no further speakers online.
Okay. Before we bring it back to the board, there's some questions that were asked, and I want to see if staff can address some of those. I, in particular, was interested in like the standards for access for fire, things like that. But if you want to address some of those.
Chair, I'm not sure that I heard questions per se, but I will say that fire review of any proposed facility is a very important component. We, in the application that we do have for Minto Road, which is still considered incomplete, questions such as fire access, the buffer around any facility, water storage, are all being addressed as a part of that review. So the necessity of fire to be able to respond to an incident at any given location is of the highest importance to the fire district and is part of any review of any application. So I'm not sure, beyond having already the 100-foot buffer, which would accommodate that level of roadway, I don't know that there's additional standard that needs to be added at this time.
I don't know if they want to address the issue, but sure, if they.
Chris Walters with Santa Cruz County Fire Marshal's Office. We will go through a full review of any facility, or the fire agency, depending on where it's located, would go through full review. That would include access, water supply, any sort of suppression system, detection systems, suppression systems. We would review all of that during building permitting and the current permitting process.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to start by thanking all the members of the public who've been here, who've attended many meetings, whether it's Commission on the Environment, some of our previous board meetings, to really express their concerns with moving forward or with not moving forward. And I also want to appreciate the staff for a lot of their work that they've been doing. One thing I will say is that the report was a little bit confusing for me, but I think one of the things that is really important in terms of the decision we're making today is, do we want to keep local control over battery energy storage facilities being developed in our community, or do we want to leave it to the state? And that's really the decision that we're here to make today. And I think many of us see development that's been occurring throughout our community that we've lost control over. And this is another type of technology, it's another type of industrial development that we really need to maintain control over to ensure that when it's implemented, it's going to be at the highest safety standards that are going to meet the needs of our community, and it's going to reflect the values of our community. I'll even say that one of the biggest concerns that I have that I was really shocked at was the fact that when the map came out and we looked at the zoning, especially in particular the site on Minto Road, that's zoned at one of the highest agricultural standards of all the land types. And so, like, coming into this meeting, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to, how I'm going to be able to support, zoning and removing ag land from production, especially given that in 1978, with the passage of Measure J, one of the top priorities was preservation of agricultural land. But that being said, there are only two tracks. There's a local track and there's a state track. And if we go down the state track, they don't care about Measure J. They don't care about what we want to prioritize in terms of agricultural land preservation. They're going to allow for these facilities to be installed where they seem, where there's the potential for them to go into place. And so, moving forward right now with this ordinance is going to be the best thing that we can do to try to preserve some control over these sites. And before I get into some recommendations that I think are important, I do have a couple questions for staff. I think the first is, if we move forward with adoption of this draft ordinance today, how does that kind of intersect with conducting environmental review? Because I think one of the concerns I have is that I'd like to see a number of other items incorporated into this ordinance. I mean, there's discussion about taking this out to other commissions and getting more input. And so if it's going through this review process, if it turns out that we're going to be changing this as that process is occurring, would we need to go back through that environmental review process a second time? And if that's the case, would it make more sense for us to provide our recommendations, have something come back to the board for approval and adoption, and then it go through the review process? Because as I've been asking folks about, the timing and how this should move forward, and I just don't want to see us having to go through a process to then have to return and go through another process. So I don't know if that's a question for Jason or for Stephanie, but if one of you could help clarify that, it would be really helpful in terms of how we can move forward.
I would consider the ordinance and iterative process, right? And I think it's important that, especially when you have a facility like this one, that we take it through the highest level of environmental review that we can. When we did the sustainability update, we actually took the same approach, right? So we had all the draft amendments. We put it through environmental review. We made changes along the way, particularly with respect to development on ag lands and how to contain that, so that we could serve the farming community in a modern way, with modern needs and the modern economic challenges that they have. So having an iterative process is actually a good thing. It allows us to be responsive to what comes out of the environmental review. What I'm thinking about in terms of the commissions is that we have a visit with the Commission on the Environment, get their take on any changes that would be needed. Then we need to kind of solidify what the project description is that we're analyzing in the EIR. With those recommendations, that's what we would analyze in the EIR. And if there are, we'll also look at alternatives along the way. So we could come up with an alternative that is environmentally superior, and then adjust the ordinance in one manner or another to meet that. At that point, we would visit the Agricultural Policy Advisory Commission and the Planning Commission before we came back to the board. I'm a little fearful if we take time to revise the ordinance and try to come back to the board and then go into environmental review, we could be extending the timeline quite a bit. I think that efficiency is probably pretty important to the process here, and that retaining local control idea.
Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to add on to Ms. Hanson's comments and just make really clear that there's really two things that we're talking about, right? There's environmental review associated with a draft ordinance that would allow for this use in the county, which is currently not allowed. And then there is a separate environmental review process that would apply to any project that goes into play. So to talk about anything with relationship to Minto Road right now is just not on the menu really for today, because that may never even come to fruition. We don't know, right? This is your opportunity as a board to look. I'm going to kind of use an analogy here. You know, we've brought you a soup that has certain vegetables in it, right? You know, and you might look at the soup and say, well, you know, I don't see any carrots in here. I want carrots in the soup. I don't see any celery in here. I want celery in the soup. And it's your opportunity to tell us right now that you as individuals may have principal components that you want to see in this ordinance that aren't here right now. And to have that discussion and debate, and to tell staff, to tell us, hey, I want to see another version of this that has these principal components in it. And staff can do that. We can turn around another draft to you to look at if that was the board's, if that was the what the board's wants, the desire of the board to come back. And I also am giving a nod to what Ms. Hanson is saying too, that this process has already taken a while, right? And you want to make sure that we're not adding a lot of inefficiencies into it, but there is a structured way that you could present us with some other things that you would like to see in it and have us come back before it went out to the commissions, if that is what the board chose. The last thing on the environmental review is that there may be things that are added into the ordinance after environmental review has taken place. Just because things are added to the ordinance after environmental review takes place doesn't necessarily mean that it has to go back out for environmental review. You would be looking at whether what's added has any impact on the environment, or whether you're talking about things that are administrative in nature or otherwise that wouldn't require it to go back out for environmental review.
All right. That that's very helpful because I do have some recommendations that I think maybe a little bit missing from this. And I do also just want to highlight, for the purposes of this conversation, that part of what's really delayed this process is the fact that we had a major fire in an adjacent county. And a lot of folks were wanting to learn more information about this type of technology, which is why this has taken so long. I mean, it's not because we're dragging our feet on this. It's really because we're trying to address community concern. And so really just want to make sure we put a pin in that for the purposes of this conversation. One of the things I noticed that there was air quality monitoring included in the ordinance, but what is lacking is soil and water quality monitoring, which I think would be helpful to include. One of the issues that came up when having conversations with folks in Monterey after the fire was it was unclear what kinds of plans they had in place. And one of the things I mentioned to some of the supervisors, like, hey, you need to get out there and monitor your water and soil quality like immediately to understand what's coming out of this. And I don't think that that was a part of their initial plan, but I think that needs to definitely be incorporated into ours. Through some of the community conversations that I've had as well, understanding what is the sorry, let me take that back. Including that there's an operational plan that would be reviewed prior to the issuance of a permit. One of the things that isn't clear is whether or not New Leaf, are they going to be just the developers or are they also going to be the operators? A lot of what the ordinance focuses on is the development of the facility. It doesn't talk as much about the operations of the facility and the responsibilities of whoever's going to be operating it to ensure that it's going to be operated in a way that's safe. And so I think that having some operational standards would be very helpful for us in terms of this moving forward. A battery disposal plan, I don't know if that's been incorporated. I know that there's some hazard mitigation discussion, but how are these batteries going to be disposed? Where are they going to be disposed? Because I'm not sure whether, I know we've had an issue with solar panels and those not being able to go into our dumps right now. So if the batteries come offline for whatever reason, where are they going to be disposed and how are they going to be disposed to minimize the amount of hazards that will be potentially emitted, when they're disposed? And I think one of the things that we really heard today too was some kind of runoff mitigation plan that is including but not limited to structures that can capture any runoff in the event of a fire. I mean, I think we're going to have these buffers. Is there a way to create some kind of catchment that will be able to capture any type of runoff so that we can minimize runoff into adjacent, whether it's agricultural lands or what have you? But I think one of the comments that were made that I had sympathized with a lot is that if there's sensitive habitat and agricultural habitat nearby, we need to try to make sure that if there is some kind of, I don't want to say disaster, but event that leads to the release of certain chemicals that could potentially get into our soil and groundwater, that we can capture those as best possible. And then it sounds like there's going to be an agricultural viability study. I think it's really important that we get that information back and also communicate to the state, how our agricultural lands are being impacted by this. But another thing that I would like to see us consider is rather than having a 1-to-1 ratio, that we have a 3-to-1 ratio. I think that if we're taking highly productive agricultural lands offline, we need to be protecting more of that wherever possible. Because just so folks know, only 11% of land on the planet is actually arable in terms of what can be plowed. And so the more of that we develop on, the less that we have for food production. And so to the extent that we're taking off highly productive ag land, I think we need to do our part and try to protect even more of that. And I think that concludes my comments, and I'm hoping that can be considered when it comes forward for a motion. And I guess actually the last thing I'll say too is I do think that it'd be helpful if there's more recommendations from the board that we have that come back so we can see the ordinance language, so the public can see that language incorporated into the draft ordinance prior to moving forward with the environmental review. It sounds like that could be turned around fairly quickly. And if that's the case, then I think it's in the public's interest. I think it's in the board's interest to try to see these recommendations incorporated into an ordinance and then sending it off for the different commissions. And lastly, I know I said lastly before, but I also just want to highlight that on October 28th, 2025, we did receive a letter from the city of Watsonville. And I think that it's really important that while they're not making the ultimate decision on this, it's a board decision, they're the most adjacent community that could be potentially impacted if there were to be a disastrous fire. They did mention wanting to, they had some recommendations, and I think it's worth also taking this ordinance to them so that they can hear what we're deciding on and how we're taking their concerns into account, and they can provide any feedback necessary so that we can make sure that we're working really closely with our local jurisdictional partners. Thank you.
Supervisor Koenig?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to everyone who spoke today, and thank you to staff for preparing this item and the detailed draft ordinance we have in front of us. One thing that I really appreciated reading through the draft ordinance is that it's very clear that this is not Moss Landing, that we've actually very much learned from that event. The draft ordinance includes mention of not allowing nickel, manganese, cobalt systems, of requiring containerized systems, requiring coordination with fire districts. I actually really liked that it includes mention of measuring the baseline quality of air, soil, and water, so we have those baselines. As Supervisor Cummings mentioned, that was missing when we went to go measure the impacts of the Moss Landing fire. And so this really demonstrates that we're learning from that incident. And then, I also just appreciate the landscaping elements that these facilities would largely be hidden from the surrounding neighborhoods. That said, even with all those precautions, it's clear that facilities like this do burn. When I went to look and see what Monterey County is doing, they, of course, have a moratorium in place for systems, I think, of 200 megawatts or smaller, which sort of fall outside of the state's jurisdiction. But through that search, I learned that they had a second fire this year in Parkfield, Monterey, which, as far as I can tell, is actually among containerized systems. And now, granted, it lasted for a matter of hours rather than days, but it just demonstrates that even with improved systems, they do burn, that's almost just a statistical inevitability. Parkfield's also a relatively uninhabited part of Monterey County, and it does, I think the biggest question I have is just, are there any benefits to actually citing this in Santa Cruz County for Santa Cruz County residents? I understand the property taxes aside and any sort of direct subsidies, but we talk about grid resilience. Does Santa Cruz County benefit any more from having batteries within the county than in, say, Parkfield or somewhere else connected to the grid?
I wonder if we could ask either the applicant or 3C to address that specifically. We do have findings in the ordinance that require us to understand before, what those local benefits are before any conditional approval. So we were anticipating really trying to dig into that a little bit more, but I'm happy to have others answer the question if there's something more local than the regional benefits.
If either representative from 3CE could answer that, or New Leaf Energy, I would certainly appreciate it.
My name is John Swift. I represent New Leaf Energy. So local benefit primarily deals with outages and the distribution of energy when there is an outage. This can supply energy for over 200,000 homes in the case of an outage. So mitigating the surges and problems with energy distribution is a very local advantage. So certainly the monitoring of energy as it is generated during the day and then distributed during the evening is a local advantage as well. Certainly complies with our energy guidelines and objectives through the various general plan policies and energy policies that we have. So I don't know if that answers your questions.
I mean, do we see those kind of problems in Santa Cruz? I think most of the power outages that we experience are related to transmission problems, right? Whether it's squirrels or branches on power lines, but.
Well, so in 2014, PG&E proposed a new way to solve our energy outage problems with a new 115 kV line from this facility up to the one in Scotts Valley. So that in itself has an enormous impact. As you speak about what causes more fires in our state in terms of energy than anything else, transmission lines, right? I mean, I think that's a fairly well documented and agreed to fact. How many major fires have been caused by the transmission line failures? So that was a solution that PG&E came up with, and they abandoned it because of the environmental impacts and issues that were related to that solution. This is an alternative. That was a solution. That was a solution to that issue, that problem, that was rejected on the grounds of environmental rationality and not really solving the issue adequately. So this is a way to provide an alternative to that and do so with a much less environmental impact. So that's a very real issue. The outages are real, right? The distribution of energy is not adequate in our grid system. Whether it's used here locally or not, CAISO, California Energy, I'm not sure the whole acronym, what it stands for, but it's a state system that generates and distributes energy throughout the system, right? Someone mentioned that this will go to the highest bidder. Well, that's not the only issue. It's where the energy is demanding. And sometimes we may not have the demand. Let's say Gilroy does. The energy might go there. If they have energy, we don't. It comes here. So it's a very complicated distribution system, yeah.
Okay, I mean, would this actually result in potentially lower energy prices for Santa Cruz County residents, or a prioritization of this kind of stored energy in like case of need that we wouldn't have, say, from the Parkfield site?
Well, certainly, if you're bringing energy from Parkfield to here, there's distribution lines, right? Probably 115 kV lines that have enormous cost and enormous impacts. So locating this facility next to an existing substation, which has been upgraded, by the way, just recently, to accommodate the ability to have this kind of battery system next to it. No other substation in the county has that capability, right? So yes, I would say it has tremendous effect on the price. Maybe I'm overstating that. I really don't know the relative difference this is going to make in terms of the rates charged to you, but in line with 3CE's objective of creating green energy at affordable rates as opposed to other energy such as fossil fuels and the like, this is an alternative, hopefully, and I believe it will result in lower prices than otherwise would be the case. Buying energy from Parkfield or somewhere else in Central Valley, I would assume it's got to be more expensive because of the transmission issues on the larger scale, I should say.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds like there could be some minor benefits. I mean, overall, though, I tend to see this more as a grid facility, and would, all things being equal, have a preference to put something like this east of Eden rather than in Eden itself, that being Santa Cruz County. That said, as Supervisor Cummings pointed out, and as staff has repeatedly pointed out, we really have just two pathways here, which is the state permitting pathway and the local permitting pathway. And Solano County's ordinance has often been held up to me throughout conversations on this as an example, and there might be some specific elements in there that we can learn from. But I mean, I think one of the principal things is that they try to regulate where these types of facilities can be placed, and they said only in industrial zones. But one of the most controversial projects in Solano County right now is one that is, in fact, in an agricultural zone, outlawed by their local ordinance, but is pursuing the state pathway, and bears striking resemblance to this in that it is also near a substation just outside of town, 300 megawatt facility being proposed by Corby Energy Systems. So it's clear that even if you make efforts to outlaw sites like the one we're looking at on Minto Road with a local ordinance that effectively the local ordinance will just be circumvented and with the state process. So that said, it seems that our best course of action is a local ordinance like the one before us today. And I do want to appreciate that this is really just accepting the principal elements of that ordinance. And as was pointed out, we have opportunities to continue to strengthen that ordinance through the CEQA process. I would also agree with both the caller, Michael Guth, as well as Supervisor Cummings, that one of the main vegetables or principles that we did not see in this so far is managing the wastewater or other elements that are used in putting out fire. And I do think that we need to include those elements within a final ordinance, even, site agnostic, but certainly considering that Minto, the road location is near College Lake, and as was pointed out, extremely important environmentally for both people and animals. So that is the thing that the largest missing item I saw within our ordinance today, and I'll end my comments there. Thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Thank you. So we're sort of between a rock and a hard place, but there are several points that I want to make, and potentially we can discuss this on another day. But one of the things that I think we should potentially include in an ordinance is ingress and egress for first response. Right, currently, if you've driven out to take a look at the Minto Road site, the road, I believe there's only one way in. And there really needs to be, like somebody said, an area where fire trucks can turn around. If there's a whole lot of people being evacuated out, it's going to be impossible to get a fire truck in there. I talked to the chief of Watsonville Fire, Corey Schaefer, and he wanted me in particular to make sure that everybody here knew that. If there is some type of an emergency there, a fire, et cetera, Watsonville Fire is likely the very first fire station that will respond, despite the fact that they're in the city. So that's one of the things I think we could potentially look at including. Our labor partners made it clear, too, that they would really recommend labor language included in the ordinance that talks about certified apprentices and journeyman electricians actually doing the work. I've done some research and can see that many of the fires have happened due to improperly installing batteries, et cetera. So I really would like to make sure we've got the labor language included if that's possible. Having said that, I know that if we make this ordinance too severe, too difficult, New Leaf may bypass us anyway, despite the fact that we have an ordinance. They might go to the state if we make things too severe, too onerous, too many obstacles. So I just would like to keep that in mind and maybe be checking in with New Leaf about whether or not that we need their consent, but I really don't want this going to the state without our input. I'll put it that way. So some of the issues that I'm very concerned about with this siting, well, let me start out by saying, for a meeting in the last 6 months, I drove over to Merced County, and there are just miles and miles and miles of no population, acres and acres and acres as far as you can see of fields. And like Supervisor Koenig said, it's just like I don't understand why the siting of these things couldn't be in a place that has like little to no impact on population or sensitive environment. It just seems wrong to put a battery storage facility 3/4 of a mile from a school, for example, or in a neighborhood full of people that are hardworking, mostly probably low-income and moderate-income people that are working hard to keep a roof over their heads. It's literally right in a neighborhood, right behind a neighborhood. The other thing is for people who have, scraped and scrimped and bought their homes, I worry about their property values, having this particular facility in their backyard. Early on, when New Leaf came and met with us, or met with me, they told me that PG&E had indicated that the need for energy, there was an energy sort of desert up on the west side, and that a lot of the power, or all of the power, I'm not sure exactly, comes in our South County area. So they explained that what is needed was we could store the energy there in South County and then shoot it up to the west side to help the people on the west side. And I just felt like that seemed wrong. Here we have hardworking, vulnerable population, and yet the energy that is being generated, considered, stored is going to be used for the west side. That didn't feel good to me either. I represented kids and families in the Pajaro Valley for many, many years, and so of course I feel concerned that sort of the risk of this thing is completely on their shoulders. I was also told that there's another substation in Scotts Valley that could potentially handle a battery storage facility. And I know we're not Scotts Valley. There's the city there is the jurisdiction, but they're closer to the west side anyway, so I'll just leave that there. And then rezoning of agriculture is, I'm somebody that understands very well. I grew up on a ranch. I put my own property under a conservation easement in 2007. The preservation of agricultural properties is very, very important to not only me, but for everybody, and it should be very important. We have very limited agricultural lands left on the face of the planet where we can grow food. So I am concerned about rezoning this piece of property. And Supervisor Koenig is correct. There are 3 BESS facilities in Monterey County, and frankly, all 3 of them have caught fire. The Parkfield facility caught fire, or was placed in 2021. I think 4 batteries burned. The containers actually did their job and contained the fires, but nonetheless, I think it is likely inevitable that there will be a fire at some point. Watsonville City Council also wrote us a letter. I don't know if it has been put into the record, but they have grave concerns also about the siting and also about the lack of communication and coordination with the county around this facility. So I'd like to make sure that goes in the record today. And sorry, I'm just looking at all my notes to make all my points. I understand we have a ticking time clock with New Leaf. They have submitted money and application to the state, so I know that they are under some urgency to make sure that we help them meet their timeline so that they can get this plant up and running. So I'm not sure, Stephanie, if you want to talk about that, because it sounds like we're recommending changes that need to come back. Yeah, we would be extending the timeline for an adopted ordinance by 2 to 3 months, I'd say. I don't know how that fits in with New Leaf's needs or timeline. I know they were comfortable with the year-long process that we had outlined. We would have to get information from them to know, what the trigger point is for them.
Yeah, I don't want to risk having them bypass our county process and going to the state. So hopefully, if we need to make some changes, we can expedite those. And I think that's all I have. I mean, today I'm prepared, unfortunately, to sort of hold my nose and vote yes, because I want to retain our local control. I really don't want the state to go ahead and just rubber stamp this. And by the way, there hasn't been a single project that's gone to the state that has been denied. All of them have been approved.
Supervisor Martinez?
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to start off with a few thank yous, actually. I want to thank our county staff and the CEO's office, CDI, OR3, and County Council for their work in helping to shape the principal concepts of this draft ordinance that we're discussing today. And I want to underscore what our County Council, Mr. Heath, shared in his explanation of where we are today. These are principal concepts. So in some of the public comment that we got, I was feeling the urgency, like it's not complete. There's not all the details aren't cooked in yet. That's correct. It's not the final ordinance, and we are still providing guidance for staff to come back with final language currently proposed for a year from now that will have all of those details based on the feedback that they're getting today if this if a motion is passed to move this forward. I also want to thank members of the Commission on the Environment for your volunteer work on this issue to ensure that our community needs are taken into consideration as we evaluate ways to take significant steps towards achieving our energy goals. And I really want to thank the residents who've engaged with the county on this issue, not just today, but also in the various community meetings that have taken place by the commission, recently by Chair Hernandez, by various community groups. Every one of you are helping us stay informed. So thank you so much for engaging and keep staying engaged. It's important for our community members to have an opportunity to participate in a respectful exchange of ideas and a forum for asking questions about battery storage technology, its safety, its effectiveness, its necessity, and the regulatory frameworks involved in bringing them online. So I'm going to share a little bit how I'm thinking about this issue, why I think it's important that we continue this work to develop an ordinance that is thoughtful, transparent, and fair, rather than letting it revert back to the state's control. So I might say that if we're going with the soup analogy, I'm looking for an ordinance that has the flavor of meaningful local control, strong safety measures, fairness and environmental justice in aspects that reflect our community's values, accountability on behalf of best developers, and measurable climate action that builds resilience. So starting with those flavors, public safety, I believe that public safety has to come first. The Moss Landing fire showed what can happen when systems fail. The draft ordinance currently includes stronger fire codes, setbacks, and monitoring standards, but I want us to explore whether or not that's enough. We have seen reports on the different actions that were taken in response to the Moss Landing facility fire, but it's not clear to me who paid for what. May it never be, but should anything go wrong in any future battery energy storage facility, I'd like to make sure that it is the facility owner, not the taxpayer, to foot the bill for testing and mitigation efforts. Similarly, if there are costs related to our public services that directly result from the establishment and operation of a BESS facility, I'd like to look at ways of recovering those as fees. For example, in the conceptual draft before us, it states some language around the fire district, responses, tabletop exercises, on-site trainings. That all sounds really great, but it's not clear to me who will be paying our fire and response agencies for this. I'd like to be crystal clear that whatever we can legally cover from these costs, we are doing so. So with that in mind, I'd like to ask staff to look into fire mitigation fees that require developers to fund local fire protections and emergency response. I believe some other counties are looking at this, for example, Fresno County is an example. Ongoing training and equipment support for local fire districts that are specifically related to the establishment and operation of the BES, and cost recovery mechanisms so the county and fire agencies are reimbursed for any responses, including testing or cleanup. Public safety also includes public trust. People need to see that we're taking every precaution and not putting profit over safety. So the next flavor, I have fairness and environmental justice. And honestly, hearing some of the dialogue today, this is where the issue gets a little complex. First of all, Watsonville is a historically disadvantaged community. We should be clear that Watsonville deserves to benefit from clean energy investments, not just absorb the risks. That means community benefits, local jobs, and infrastructure improvements must be a part of the conversation. At the same time, I'm hearing my colleagues talk about areas outside of our county borders. If we say no to every project here, especially as a coastal county that prides itself on fighting climate change, the burden simply shifts to places like San Joaquin Valley, where people already live with polluted air and poor environmental conditions. That's not environmental justice either. True fairness means sharing responsibility for the clean energy transition while ensuring no community is left behind or sacrificed in the process. And that's not to say that building a battery storage facility is a sacrifice. In fact, disadvantaged communities in the state rollout are prioritized for these projects because it builds the economy and jobs in disadvantaged communities, right? In some regards, it's seen as a benefit to have these projects. And so I want to make sure we're just thinking about justice as we're rolling this out, our community values around clean energy goals, and ensuring that as a Santa Cruz County, we are supporting the direction of our clean energy goals and values. Thank you. So on the next flavor of accountability, I again believe BEST developers need to contribute to the systems they depend on and the communities they affect. So I'd like staff to help identify if there are costs that directly result from a BEST facility and create the appropriate fees to ensure that developers, not taxpayers, are paying for those. Some examples include requiring developer contributions or fees for road maintenance and infrastructure projects. For example, if firefighters need greater turnarounds or evacuation routes. Additionally, we talked today about water drainage and any water improvements that may be directly related to a BEST facility. Any local grid upgrades or community resilience projects, or of course, as I mentioned, fees related to fire protection and emergency services. I'm also happy to see that this ordinance includes environmental insurance and insurance for all phases of development. I see the mention of decommissioning bond. And just a quick question for staff, can you tell me what that bond would entail, a decommissioning bond?
Happy to have any input from anybody else on this, but basically you're taking a financial assurance that whatever is involved in the decommissioning of the facility would be paid for, and you don't release the bond until you have the full decommissioning plan and it's approved and all of its elements. Happy to have more than that, but.
Yeah, it sounds similar to what quarries have to have in place in the event that they go out of business and are not able to do the remediation work that needs to happen. And so I would just be interested in ensuring that our future ordinance includes bonding requirements, and really just looks at insurance tools that provide a financial guarantee that a BESS owner would be able to address costs at time of future closure or in the event of an emergency. Related to our climate goals and resilience, District 5 experiences wildfires, storms, and power shutoffs every year. We need a stronger, more resilient grid, and energy storage is a part of that solution. It's not the only solution, but it's a piece of the pie. This isn't just about one project, it's about how we participate in California's broader clean energy goals. We can't fight climate change without building the infrastructure that makes renewable energy reliable. At the same time, we can insist it's done safely, equitably, and in a way that benefits local residents. So as a final note, this is really an opportunity for Santa Cruz County to lead, not by rushing, but by being thoughtful. We can model what it looks like to support clean energy, protect communities, and take responsibility for our part in the climate transition. I have heard some additional ingredients from my colleagues on the board, so when the time comes to make a motion, I'm happy to sort of consolidate what I've heard, if that would be helpful, into a motion that accepts the recommended actions and then some.
Do you have some comments, Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, I was actually prepared to make a motion, but I do also want to highlight that we had been contacted regarding labor standards. I just wanted to read some language that I hope can be incorporated around that all battery energy storage system projects approved under this section shall be constructed by a skilled and trained workforce as defined in section 2601 of the California Public Contract Code. Applicants shall certify in their applications that they will comply with this requirement and shall also provide proof of compliance prior to filing or receiving a notice of completion. In addition, all apprentices working on battery energy storage system projects must be enrolled in a state-certified joint labor management programs. And I think this is, trying to get to making sure that we have local labor apprentices that are going to be doing this work to a high standard.
So over the past year, here at the county, we've been doing something very few communities have done. And it's building one of the most safety-focused battery energy storage ordinances. As renewable energy grows rapidly, we chose to slow down, listen to experts, listen to constituents, and create rules that ensure clean energy moves forward without compromising public safety. Going back to August 2024, the Board of Supervisors directed staff to develop a zoning ordinance governing where these facilities could be located and how they must operate. State law allows California Energy Commission to override local zoning when a project is deemed necessary for statewide grid reliability. Without a local ordinance, Santa Cruz County would have limited control over battery energy storage systems installation. So we chose instead to lead, setting clear expectations and keeping decision-making in our community. We're setting the standard for responsibility and leadership. We're not waiting for Sacramento to dictate how energy storage should be managed. Instead, it's setting a local standard, one that combines safety, local control, with clean energy leadership, with clear rules and strong oversight. That being said, I do want to add to what Supervisor Cummings and Supervisor DeSerpa said about having a workforce that's a well-trained workforce, some sort of language with that. But I do have some questions too. I wanted to ask staff if the ordinance addresses the City of Watsonville's concerns.
We would have to take a closer look at that, but as I understand it, part of their concern has been in coordination with the City of Watsonville, their fire folks received both the ordinance and have had, been involved in the review of the actual development at Minto Road. So they certainly have been aware of what's happening and had the ability to comment on both of those.
Thank you. And I just wanted to mention a little bit about Supervisor Cummings mentioned about air quality. One of the things that's important about air quality that we do have is also meteorological monitoring that you mentioned. I think it's important for the air district to be able to monitor the plumes, or if something happens, right, the air district to be able to monitor that, because at this point they don't. And with the meteorological monitoring real time, they're able to see where exactly they're going real time if something were to happen. And same with the soils analysis post any kind of incident that, you know, could happen. But I want to make sure that there's something like that on there. And I'm sure there probably will be if you guys are meeting with partners like the air districts. The other thing I wanted to ask about is, people mentioned tomorrow's batteries. For anything to go into, you know, full production, to be vetted in real time in industrial applications, they would have to be out there for a few years in these practical, real life industrial applications. And we haven't seen that technology yet. But is there a way to put something that says, if there is, at the time of the build, that we'll use the safest, latest technology?
Yeah, language could be added. Right now, the ordinance is fairly silent on the type of technology, in part because the industry's changing so quickly. We don't want to put in a code that, you know, you can see takes a year to develop, certain technology restrictions, when that may be obsolete by the time an applicant builds their facility and actually chooses the technology that they're going to be using. So that was why we kind of held back from saying it has to be this or that, except to say that we know that manganese cobalt technology is problematic, and so that is included in the ordinance.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I know that some of the batteries that didn't burn are third generation technology, just assuring that we're not going to be using, you know, second generation or first generation batteries at the time of the build. That we're using either third, or if there's already a fourth iteration of a safer battery at that time that's out there.
We did bake into the ordinance the requirement for the alternatives analysis to look at the different types of technology so that we can review that as a part of any facility.
And that's all my questions.
Thank you. Let me give this a shot. So again, I just want to thank the staff for their work on this so far. I'm going to be making a motion, and it's what I'm hearing as some ingredients that want to go in. Some of those things might already be reflected in the draft ordinance as I'm looking at it. They may not be, so it's really on the staff to come back with a draft that incorporates all of this. So I'd like to move the recommended actions with an updated report back to the board before it goes back to the commissions for feedback. And includes staff working to identify potential public service and infrastructure costs directly resulting from the establishment and operation of a BESS facility, and propose potential methods for recovering those costs through fees or another mechanism. It asks staff to work to identify potential costs that would result from a BESS failure and propose potential methods for recovering these costs through fees or another mechanism. It asks staff to review the letter from the city of Watsonville and address their concerns. It asks that staff ensure that the environmental review includes a baseline water, soil, and air analysis. That the staff look at a plan to address the water runoff concerns and protection of College Lake. That staff look at ways to include ingress and egress for first response around a possible BESS site. And that staff include language to include skilled labor in the development of BESS projects.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Yes.
Okay, so the ordinance is built to regulate not a particular facility, right? It's built to regulate these facilities in general. It would be almost impossible for us to define what the fees will be or the costs will be on any particular development before we even know what the development is. We could be way low, we could be way high. We're making it up when we don't know what they are. So what I'm requesting is clarification that we can put provisions for these things into the ordinance, but we're not trying to define what those costs and fees are. It would be impossible and frankly not that appropriate.
Right. So I think what I'm looking for is staff to report back as it relates to the fees on a mechanism or options to apply fees in the future. I recognize those may be project-specific, but that's some of the homework that I would like the staff to do.
If I'm hearing you correctly, I think what you're looking for in the ordinance is almost like placeholder language that would require any applicant to demonstrate that they are financially responsible in the ways that you've outlined. For example, posting bonds for, or insurance policies for cost recovery in the event of emergencies. Another thing would be that they're going to show financial wherewithal to be able to pay for any infrastructure that's directly related to an application. And I think we can come up with some language, some placeholder language that in a revised ordinance that would address those issues. It wouldn't be specific to any projects specifically to Ms. Hansen's point, but it would be more global language that would be more appropriate for an ordinance of this type.
I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, I think especially affecting the community it's going to be in. I think it's
whatever that community is. Yeah, I mean, we can come up with some language towards those ideas and bring it back.
So I'll second the motion.
Okay. We had some quick comments over here with Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I appreciate the motion. I just think that there is some conflict within the motion, though, because and I have another question for staff, because if we're going to move the recommended actions, that means we're approving the draft combined edition ordinance. We're directing staff to move forward with environmental review and public meetings and directing them to return on or before November 17th. What is confusing for me and what's challenging for me is we're providing this additional direction. And one of the things that we had said earlier on in the meeting is that we'd like to see a first draft of this come back to the board, first for approval and then send it out. So based on the current motion that's before us, that's completely in conflict. And so what the motion that I was going to make, and maybe we can amend the motion to make it be a little bit more clear, would be to direct staff to move forward with the development of a local battery energy storage system ordinance using the draft as a starting point and incorporate board recommendations and return to the board. And I was going to defer to staff to see when is the soonest this might be able to come back, like the first meeting in January, second meeting in January.
Well, I would defer to Ms. Hanson on that. We can write it as soon as, I mean, the impediment isn't with the specific language. It's more along the lines of the conceptual principles. And so Ms. Hanson, what do you think?
I would say to give us 3 months. So, for instance, right now, we're putting together the reports for your last meeting in December. It takes us a month to get things into the system and approved. There's a lot to your recommendations, and I would want to be sure that we're giving it the full attention that it needs. I hear we're asking for coordination with other agencies before we come back.
I didn't get that.
City of Watsonville is what I heard.
Oh, just.
Yeah.
So I just think that we could maybe come back earlier, but we need some time for this. And we've got a host of other things we're doing, so.
What was the original time for it to come back?
In a year.
Right, so
If I finish, since I have the floor. So I just wanted to say that, by kind of keeping it simple, and I mean, maybe it could be on or before the second meeting in March, because then that way it could come to us, similar to this. I mean, we'd had the conversation about bringing this potentially back next August, but then it became clear that since New Leaf was potentially going to leave and go to the state, we brought this back sooner. But by keeping it simple and saying that, we're directing staff to keep moving forward to develop the local ordinance, they've heard our kind of recommendations, and this is recorded, so they can go back or they can ask us for clarification. But that keeps it simple because there are a number of items that I had recommended that weren't included in your motion, and so trying to keep it broader, I think, will help staff to be able to kind of look back or look to us for those recommendations. But if we want to go through like each little, like put a pin in everything, I mean, I'm happy to try to incorporate what I think was missing in the motion. And also, I think we need to resolve that conflict, because currently the recommended action says that we're going to move forward with the draft and take that on the road, when I think there's a desire for us to have it come back to the board first.
If I could make a suggestion around the City Council of Watsonville's letter, to the extent that letter relates to a specific project, there's questions about whether it would be appropriate for staff to be reaching out to the City of Watsonville to talk about a project that isn't even on the menu as of right now, right? And so what I would encourage is, if to the extent that you think that there are things in there that you like, that you would have staff just look at the letter and incorporate whatever provisions that staff believes would be applicable to all battery storage facility or applications that are being addressed in that letter, and incorporate those kind of principles in the next iteration of the ordinance, rather than have a direct back and forth with the City of Watsonville regarding your ordinance.
I think that's appropriate.
Okay.
I also want to add something. So I believe New Leaf was intending to make a decision by the end of this calendar year whether to go the state process. I don't think there's John Swift. Mr. Swift's here with the project. I wonder if we want to ask him for any direction on timelines related to report back of when we need to decide as a local entity about these local control, and just indicating whether we're actually going through with a local ordinance.
Right, so as the maker of the motion, let me just clarify a couple things. One, related to this, I had hoped, thought that I said that we would just look at the concerns in the letter from the city of Watsonville. So if there are anything that's relevant to a global ordinance, that's what I'd like. Certainly not directing staff to coordinate. Thank you. The other is, I think my hope would be that the board would have an opportunity just to continue to provide guidance as it navigates the process. And so having it come, go through the environmental review, all the commissions, and not coming to us before November 17th, 2026 felt very long. I certainly don't want to seem like we're stalling the process. My hope is that the motion today is really reflecting a willingness of the county to continue to engage and take steps forward. That's what I'm hoping this is reflective of. That said, if the representative from New Leaf has comment on that, that would be helpful. Be happy to hear it.
Yes, so this timing issue is extremely important. They have expressed a desire to move forward and make a decision by the end of the year. However, I mean, I'm not saying it's off the table that they wouldn't consider this extension, but I think it's imperative that the momentum be kept going forward, that they see an end to this process. So I don't know if it's possible to even begin some of the technical studies that are related to the EIR at this point. Some might not be, so tied to the specific amendments that you're speaking about. I'm trying to think off the top of my head here what those could be, but I think there may be. And some of them have already been in place, like the geologic studies, for example. We've done that. We've shown that there is no Zayeni fault trace. And that's just one example of things that, as long as there's a commitment to not delay inevitably and move this forward, I think they would be open for considering. I can't stand here and commit. I know that they are under tremendous financial pressure. They have spent enormous amounts of money with the state and with this process so far. And at some point, they've got to make a decision to move on. I don't know what else to say. Yeah.
Right. Thanks for that feedback. And I think, what I'm hearing from my colleagues on the board is a real intent for local control over this process, for creating an ordinance that meets our safety goals, our, the priorities that best fit this community. I'm hearing that momentum moving forward. Ultimately, a developer is going to make choices independent of the county. That's a reality. And I'm hoping that through the motion on the floor today, we're demonstrating that we are taking positive momentum towards maintaining local control over the future of BESS in our county.
So just to clarify your motion, I think because some of the confusion started with the idea that we're accepting staff recommendations, but so what I'm hearing is that you would like us to come back within 3 months with a revised ordinance. Don't send it out to the commissions yet. Don't do environmental review yet, but come back to the board with something in 3 months that looks more like what your discussion reflected today. Is that correct?
That is my recommendation. If my colleagues on the board would rather send it to the commission and,
Can I just say, I am very concerned that this is going to get taken out of our hands by year's end. What I heard county council say is that we could come up with a new ordinance very quickly. Why can't we hear it on December 9th? Why can't it come before the board on December 9th? It's 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's very fast. That's very, very fast. And so, sometimes I'll just point out that sometimes, we need to take 3 months to save 6 months on the back end. And what I mean by that is sometimes you have to move slow to move fast. And I think you guys have given us a ton of feedback that could make this ordinance more of what you want it to look like, and that we could be keeping in conjunction and moving forward with this. But we would not, I would not recommend us just slapping something together that quickly and coming back in 2 weeks, because I think you're actually going to end up wasting more time on the back end by doing that and sowing more confusion and creating more chaos in the system.
Understood. I
Yeah.
just am concerned that.
Totally. I understand it. It would be great if we could get a commitment. But I feel like we actually did get a I feel like your board actually did get something of a commitment from the developer of the project we're not talking about today, that they would be willing to, as long as we're showing that we're moving forward, that they would hold their movement in abeyance with the state. So I feel like I feel like I understand the motion if I related it to you correctly.
That's correct. And we have a second.
So we do have a motion from Supervisor Martinez and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Supervisor Cummings?
Yeah, I guess, again, I think that there's some items that were brought up that I'm not sure if we actually captured, so I'm going to ask for a friendly amendment that we use. I mean, I'm trying to remember the entire motion as it was stated, but that we use the draft ordinance as a starting point and incorporate the board recommendations and kind of strike the point by point, because I think that, again, we all have expressed, some of the changes that we would like to see incorporated. I feel like in the motion that's before us, some of the points, for example, that I brought up were not incorporated. And rather than go point by point, if we direct staff to bring back an ordinance based on our recommendations, then they can go and work on all the things that were brought up here today, rather than us discreetly identifying points within the motion, because if that's the case, if there's something that's missed, it can't be incorporated. So, and then also, if we can get some clarity on the timeline too, because I don't know it was mentioned that, on or before the second meeting in March, but we haven't really defined a timeline. And then also the confusion with, the recommended action and how actions that are not consistent with the direction we're going and can be removed. So I'm just trying to get to a point where we can clean this up. And I'm happy to make a substitute motion, but I'm also trying to work, with my colleagues to figure out how we can clean this up so that it makes sense to all of us. Because keeping it simple is what's going to help us move forward more quickly. And the more complicated it is, there's more opportunity for things to get lost. And right now, I'm confused. I'm sure members of the public are confused with what we're taking action on as well. So
I wonder if we, as a substitute motion from, or actually as a friendly amendment from you, add and additional direction shared by the board to the list. Because I think what I'm hearing from the public is they want accountability, right? They want to ensure safety. And so I'm trying to listen to the community and incorporate into a motion things that we're hearing today that feels important. I also certainly wouldn't be my intention to miss any feedback of either adding or subtracting that you heard from the board today. And it's an iterative process, right? So we're hoping that something that comes back is better. So would that feel?
I think the reason why, and this has happened in the past where we, each board member makes recommendations, and rather than us stating each one of those points, I think that what the public has heard from us is that safety is our number one issue. We want high labor standards. We want to address, if there is a disaster, we want to be able to, mitigate any type of runoff from happening. We want operations, an operational plan, we want ingress and egress. There's a variety of things that we've mentioned, and there's an opportunity for staff to go back, if necessary. It happens from time to time to listen to meetings, just to make sure they've captured everything correctly. And my concern, again, is that if we kind of start bulleting things out, there's the potential, because if we make the motion and it's stated in the motion that these are the things we want to focus on, and there's something that's not there, then we run the risk of not having that addressed. By leaving it broad, there's an opportunity for staff to be able to come back and address each of our concerns, and whether it's contacting our office or watching the video, those concerns can be addressed in that manner by not kind of hamstringing, by having everything kind of detailed out. And by having it come back to the board as well, prior to it going out to the commissions, will give the community an opportunity to see what's actually going out to the public for consideration. Did we capture everything correctly? And we're not always going to agree on everything, but having this come back to us and giving staff the opportunity to work on it will give the public a chance to see, because they've actually said that there's some things that are missing, and then they can see whether or not we captured everything, and then we can send it out. And again, it's not going to be perfect, but at a minimum, it will help us to not only address the concerns, but move forward in such a way that indicates to New Leaf that we do want them to participate in the local process, and we don't want them to go to state. And I think even today, the fact that we're pretty much at a point where we want to move forward with the local ordinance is signaling that we do want to have, a facility and this infrastructure in place. We want it to be done in a way that's really going to meet the needs of the community. So, again, I'm trying to always keep it as simple as possible in terms of how we provide the direction so it's clear. And right now, I don't think that's the case. So, again, I'm happy to make a substitute motion if it will help us move faster, unless there's a way that we can kind of reconcile what's before us in the current motion.
Oh, I was just going to say, if it's amenable to the maker of the motion, you could just have a motion that requires staff to come back by the second meeting in March with a revised ordinance that incorporates all of the feedback that we heard from the Board of Supervisors to the best of our ability.
And that was what I was going to direct, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with that, as long as staff, you heard our input and feedback.
Oh, yes, we've heard
December.
And when things get complicated, we always go back and listen to the discussion. Sometimes, motions get kind of like weird. But as you know, the minutes are very brief. So we always go back in these complicated land use issues, and happy to do that point by point. If there's something that's already in the ordinance, we're going to just say that, because several things are. And then we can show you what the changes are that we're proposing.
If that's fine with the seconder of the motion, we'll take.
It is, yes, thanks.
Okay, and then can I add one thing, which is to direct the chair to write a letter to New Leaf expressing our movement forward with the local ordinance, and, just keep them updated with, when we're going to bring the item back to the board.
We will do that with our county council.
Okay. Is that
So, Madam?
Acceptable to the second.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Supervisor DeSerpa,
Aye.
Cummings,
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Koenig,
Aye.
and Hernandez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Do we have more items left? This meeting is adjourned. Not 7 o'clock like I thought.
Recording stopped.